about LawFare. We've got a lot of it going on, most of it coming out of the Department of Justice, the FBI these days, but there are other private entities as well. But today we're focusing on two trials. DOJ trying to convict a number of people. This one individual we haven't spoken much about here. We spent some time on this a long time ago, like, I don't know, a year and a half ago. Douglas Mackey, aka Ricky Vaughn, has been charged with posting illegal memes on the internet. And this is one example of an illegal meme. Don't take this advice. Don't text that number. That's not a vote, okay? In case you couldn't put that together. But this was the illegal meme that was posted, and he got indicted for that, according to the DOJ. We read through that, I think, I don't know, a week ago, whenever. But he is now in trial. In fact, trial's done, as far as I can tell. The defense rested today. The government presented one witness. My understanding, we're going to take a look at it, and go over to LC rule. But Marjorie Taylor Greene was asking about this. I wanted to give an update on this because this is interesting. I mean, if this guy gets convicted for illegal memes, that's a big problem, because a lot of people post memes that the DOJ, the FBI, we know they hyperventilate over this stuff. We read the Twitter files here. And so if they're going to be throwing people in prison for illegal memes, we've got to be aware of that. So we'll take a look at this. It should be with the jury right now. Get an update in a minute. I think it literally just, I got an update in my email like 2 minutes ago, so we'll see. We also are going to turn our attention back over to Proud Boys trial, day 44 in the House. We have to get caught up with what is happening here because there was some updated stories about the FBI informant who has outed herself, so we can use her name now, Jen Lowe, and her actual full name is also in the New York Times. So we've got two full posts or two full articles that we'll go through before we ask ourselves what's going on in Texas. There's an insurrection there. A bunch of transgender people are, insurrecting that capital. And then we'll go over to the Roger Parloff tweet thread, which is where we'll go into the trial, because the trial is well underway and we have some pretty incredible news that came out of it. And so, my friends, we are going to get into just a bunch, as you can see. And if you want to be a part of the program, the best place to do that is by heading on over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com, where our amazing community is. You can join our community either at watchingthewatchers.locals.com or by joining our private, or by joining on YouTube, and then you can become a private Telegram member by clicking in the link. Great way to join and stay connected before and after the streams. We do member-only content, morning streams, and a lot of other fun stuff. So come check us out, watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Of course, before we get into it, we got to talk about our friends over at Field of Greens, where you can save 15% and get your green energy. Deviate people from the polls. It's like the pose, right? It's not just the picture itself. They're saying that he was spamming this all over the place, and it was specifically being posted to deviate people from the polls. And so I don't think it's illegal anymore because there's no Hillary running for election. But at the time it was, because this was deviating people, it was deceiving people, is what they said. So we'll go through this. This was what his Twitter account looked like. It was Ricky Vaughn 2.0, and it was very active, a lot of followers. So he got charged with crimes for this. So I want to go through what the actual prosecution says from the Department of Justice, because the trial is well underway right now. It's actually done. It happened. It's already done and over. It was one day, essentially. One witness, one day. It's going to be handed off to the jurors. And so let's actually get our bearings straight and see if there were any changes since we even started this show, because I think there was at least a conclusion of the trial. All right, yeah, so we have here jury trial. That'll be updated a little bit later. We'll check back here at the end of the segment to see if that got refreshed. But what else is going on? I mean, this is a pretty interesting situation, because if you get charged with crimes for your posts and you're kind of posting jokes, that could be a big problem, right? You don't want other people to be charged with crimes for this, so be extra cautious with this Department of Justice. But here is what it looked like in the original complaint. Now, this was filed some time ago, and you'll see it is United States versus Douglas Mackey, aka Ricky Vaughn. This complaint, arrest warrant affidavit by agent. They tell us that in between September 2016, November 2016, we've got elections Ricky Vaughn was conspiring to injure and oppress others in the free exercise privileges in the United States Constitution. And the source of this is from an FBI special agent. And we've been a little bit surprised, that the FBI was so involved, like hyper involved with all of the Twitter files. We saw that they were spending giant portions of time and money and resources just scrolling through Twitter, trying to find illegal memes and illegal jokes and stuff like that. Now they're charging people with crimes and about ready to convict them. So this FBI agent been doing this for more than 3 years. I'm responsible for conducting investigations. I participated in tons of stuff: mail fraud, bribery, wire fraud, so on. I become familiar with all of this, and here is what's happening. In 2016, Mackey and other individuals were trying to spread disinformation relevant to the 2016 election. Took the form of memes, illegal memes. And Mackey and his co-conspirators, you see this? Retweeters, be careful out there, variously discussed and they debated aspects of the illegal memes, including their content, their formatting, the timing of their release, and their desire to influence behavior. Now, as the election approached, in conjunction with others, important dates in the run-up to the election, these co-conspirators disseminated information across social media about who could vote for whom. Now, in case you're unfamiliar with memes here, they gave us a definition. Footnote 2. In the context of internet activity, a meme refers to an amusing or an interesting item like a captioned picture or video. And it's widely spread online. That came over from Merriam-Webster's. Now, sometimes they'll use illegal specific hashtags that insurrectionists use. At all time, he was a resident. You see here, he's got these various accounts, Ricky Vaughn and so on. They use illegal hashtags. In the months leading up to the election, we didn't know his identity. Oh, nefarious, clandestine individual. There were other people that allegedly connected him. Somebody had Douglas Mackey, aka Ricky Vaughn, and boom, he got identified. And then Twitter confirmed corresponding IDs. They went and tracked him down over at Gab, banned on Twitter. Number of articles came out. They're trying to identify this guy for posting these illegal memes. FBI agents scouring the Twitterverse. Who is him? Who is this guy? He posted a statement at Relive, investigating this guy. It's going to be like the Netflix series tracking down the illegal memer and his paintbrush in Microsoft Paint, copying and pasting memes. No difference. Memers. Look at these Twitter users, these 4 co-conspirators. Now, they use social media. They were on Twitter. They were sending messages. Apparently, he had 58,000 followers at the time. MIT Media Lab looked at this account. More widely known than many others, like Stephen Colbert, Newt Gingrich. They said that he was suspended for participating in targeted abuse. And he was sort of playing this cat and mouse game. Suspend him, come back. Suspend him, come back. Made a number of Twitter accounts, posted a bunch of stuff, over another 9,000 for groups. 2015, he was also, illegal insurrectionist group DMs. Now, in the Proud Boys trial, which we're also talking about here, this is how they busted the whole, this is how they, there's nothing really to bust. This is how they've conspired to create a conspiracy. They've mashed them all together, selected the worst of the worst Telegram posts, the worst of the worst group DMs, shared that, and then said that that is indicative of the entire conspiracy, even though it's not. We'll get there. These groups, which at times included dozens of individuals, had overlapping membership and so on, because it's just a bunch of goofballs on Twitter. They're talking about retweeting these election memes. I like this idea, somebody said in a group DM. They're talking about psyops and psychological operations. to influence America. And those poor Hillary voters who don't know what memes are, they're going to text their vote in somewhere. They were in a group called Fed Free Hate Chat, which I guarantee was not free of any feds. Probably mostly feds in that group. Just as forewarning, if you're in a group that says there's no feds, probably at least one fed, I would guess. Be careful. Mackey was a participant in the groups. Members of the groups discussed this. They discussed hashtag draft our daughters. Remember that? That this was an illegal hashtag, draft our daughters. They were saying that Hillary wanted to draft your daughters, and send them off to war, which I don't know, I don't think that was an actual policy position, but probably not that far from the truth. So that was hilarious, they said. It was eliciting sheer terror from the woman vote. They say, because women are like, well, it's, draft our daughters. Like, no, that's fine. Draft our sons, that's fine, whatever. They're just part of the patriarchy anyways. Ship them overseas, who cares? It doesn't matter what the war is, Afghanistan, Ukraine, whatever. Let's draft our daughters. Holy crap, Hillary wants to draft our daughters? So they're laughing their butts off. Says, I haven't seen a single issue make the lib women waver in this, right? So they're actually saying it's actually causing impact, right? This is the consequence of this. This is where now the DOJ says, see, it's not an illegal meme. It's not just a joke, okay? You're actually causing S-lib women to freak out. That's what causes the actual criminality of this. Draft our daughters, they posted it a number of times. They define normie for us, in case you're unfamiliar with this. You can play along, ask yourself, are a normie? This is going to be a very sort of discovery type of live stream today. Ask yourself, am I a normie? Here, ask yourself. Play along. Normie is a noun or adjective describing someone, often pejoratively or ironically, whose tastes and lifestyles are mainstream. That's from Merriam-Webster's dictionary. This is our government, man. So the co-conspirators, this is our government. The co-conspirators continued their efforts throughout the election. These co-conspirators, they were spreading more illegal memes in group DMs. They were trying to reach larger audiences to hijack popular hashtags with memes. They wanted to get hashtags trending and have outsized influence and generate conversations on the internet. They posted things like, we are the memes we've been waiting for. The memes are spreading. I'm starting to believe in the meme magic. It was a wild scene. I remember 2016. There were memes all over the place. It was crazy. There was meme magic. There was all sorts. It was madness, man. It says, I love how I can ask for Photoshops, get them back in an hour. I aggregate content. I troll. I meme. I comment. You can collect really good images in meme collections and respond to high-profile characters. Okay. Now, just to zoom out on this very quickly, this type of stuff is not just unique to this person, right? The left is doing this all the time. They have entire doxing teams. I mean, have you seen what Antifa is able to cobble together on the J6 protesters? They're smarter than the FBI. They got names and GPS records of everybody. They dox the whole, the whole thing. FBI still playing around with their crayons and coloring books, trying to look for Lego kits. But these guys are it's goofing around. It's the same type, it's meme warfare. And that's a joke thing, okay? Prosecutors, feds listening in the chat, it's a joke. So planted a lot of seeds. In various groups, Mackey and his associates expressed awareness of his ability to convey messages. Now they're going to call all the memes deceptive images, almost, like very, very hysterical, agents. They talk about targeted abuse. They assemble all of the co-conspirators. 12 minutes later, they're reposting more images, and so on. Another screenshot. Posting illegal links, and somebody said, LOL, Ricky. How dare they? This is no laughing matter. Illegal memes. So as you fast forward, they distribute misinformation about voting. And at the bottom, they said, text the tweet. It was tweeted 175 times, favorited 165 times. Then he retweeted it on a second account 23 times, favorited 19 times. Then he retweeted it again. And this is interesting. So they actually got the number of responses, right? So they were measuring the numbers that came in. It said, text this number to vote for Hillary, available in Guam, and it's a joke, all right? Then they actually measured how many phone numbers came in. 4,900 unique phone numbers texted Hillary or some derivative. So do you think that that was serious? Do you think those people thought that they voted? Like, oh, done. Wow, that was easy. This is great. I don't even have to leave the house. The government says that. Yeah, the government says that those people were duped into responding that. They were deceived. Their vote was absconded with. Their constitutional violated. Therefore, we request an arrest warrant and execution of the arrest warrant signed by Special Agent FBI Megan. Great work, everybody. So the illegal memer got arrested, and the trial is actually very short and over already. In fact, this is what it looks like. The trial was continued, and then we had one day, March 23rd, the one and only day, really, of trial in the illegal meme case. Everybody was in court. Prosecutors were there. Defense attorneys were there. Judge was Judge Ann Donnelly. Defendant Douglas Mackey is there. He's out on bond. Case was called. Looks like opening arguments. Witness is sworn in and testifies. Exhibits are marked, entered into evidence. That's it. Government rests. We're done. What? Defendant makes a Rule 29 motion for acquittal. Judge, they presented one witness and no evidence. This is the dumbest case ever. My client has free speech. This is ridiculous. Judge for of acquittal. Judge says, well, motion's denied on the record. We'll pick back up with the defense case Monday, March 27th, 9:30 a.m. Now, there is a status conference that's held in the interim. That takes place on the 23rd as well. They're addressing some issues. Then we fast forward to the 24th. Appearances for the status conference. Nothing happens there that we can see. Then this morning, the day of trial, this is what Mackey's defense said. Coming from the office of Andrew J. Frisch out of New York, 17th floor. Submits this to the judge, Ann Donnelly. Says, Your Honor, I write on behalf of my client, Douglas Mackey, a.k.a. Ricky Vaughn, a.k.a. the illegal memer, to provide an update. I want to flag a few issues for you, Your Honor. One, my client will not be calling FBI agent, Special Agent Reese, Megan, the one we just listened to, and is prepared to rest this morning. So Megan drafted this warrant here, and I'm not sure that she was even called as a witness. So the FBI presented somebody else. They're not calling her. So no witnesses, and they're prepared to rest. Two, defense attorney says, regarding the government's interview and reports from the Clinton campaign, so the Clinton campaign was providing a bunch of evidence, the government declined to call any additional witnesses. And I declined to call them on behalf of Mr. Mackey or request that any witness be recalled. So we're just in from the Clinton campaign, right? In other words, this is the Clinton campaign. Who are the victims here? Who are the people who are bringing the charge saying, I was harmed, my constitutional rights were violated, I'd like criminal prosecution, please? Was it the Clintons? And he's not even calling the FBI agent, meaning the FBI agent was not called by the government, the person who drafted the complaint, search warrant. So who is the witness? I proposed a stipulation about these interview reports, but the government did not respond. With the court's permission, I will supplement my motion for a mistrial based on the Clinton interview reports with my papers in support of my motion pursuant to Rule 29, the judgment for acquittal, if the jury comes back with a verdict of guilty. If it aids the court, I hereby renew my motion pursuant to the Rule 29, and as if made after the defense rested this morning. Okay. Says the following. I read through the transcripts last night. There's an error, page 14, line 20. Wrong date. Should be October 5th. Poor court clerk entered in a 2 over there. Delete that. And he also moves to strike the word Muslim based on the order of another judge. I emailed the government, but I didn't hear back from them. I request the government be prepared with an alternate version of this exhibit if the court sustains this objection. Respectfully yours, Andrew. Now, interesting. So that is where the case stands, and that's all we've got out of this. It's done and over and closed. So we don't actually have any real news on this today. Looks like the case is going to be handed off to the jurors, and we will see if there are rulings on this. But the defense rests, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is also upset about this. She posted on Twitter demanding action. She said that the political prosecution of Douglas Mackey for posting memes should terrify every single American. His crime? Meme posting. Garland and his cronies at the DOJ are charging Mackey with a subset of the Enforcement Act, otherwise known as the KKK Act, intended to criminalize physical violence and intimidation. Why is the DOJ now contorting the statute against people exercising their free speech with dissenting political views? We've seen individuals, she writes, charged with felonies, obstruction, but this is a new low. He was not involved in a riot. He posted funny images on social media the DOJ did not like, criminalizing this new category of disinformation. She's asking the charges be dropped. She sent a letter over to Attorney General Merrick Garland. Says, I call on you to order the charges to be dropped. Not going to happen. This letter went right into the shredder with a lot of the other letters that go over to the DOJ. But it's interesting. The DOJ is this information individuals get prosecuted with anything. To cover it. Thank you for subscribing wherever it is you're watching this, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next one. All right, and so my friends, now let's get in to the big one. It's day 44. We've got some serious business to attend to. Proud Boys trial, day 44 continues. We have a lot of questions about confidential human sources or FBI informants, and one of them in particular is now speaking to the press. Her name is Jen Lowe, and she gave 2 interviews, one to the FBI and the New York Times also has some more details about this. And so before we go into the day's trial activities, where there are going to be some arguments about her and about what she can talk about and testify about. And so we've got to get our bearings straight on sports. FBI informant named Jen speaks with CNN about her role in the Proud Boys trial. It says, over the past year, a Texas woman named Jen Lowe has been in touch, they say, okay, with several Proud Boys now on trial for a seditious conspiracy, talking with members of the far-right group and their defense counsel about the case, suggesting possible witnesses and attorneys who could help. An FBI informant has been in touch with attorneys and possible witnesses. She was a paid FBI informant. That revelation threw a little wrench into the ongoing trial, no kidding. In an interview with CNN, Lowe said she never told her FBI handlers anything about the Proud Boys. She said that she reported to the FBI mostly, about Antifa, and split ways with the FBI after she and her handlers decided her testimony at trial would be an issue for the Proud Boys. Lowe said she began communicating with the FBI in 2018, way before January 6th. According to the government, she was an informant from April 2020 up until January of this year. April? All the way till this year. Lowe said she was only paid by the FBI once when she sent security footage of people harassing her at her home. Says Antifa kept harassing me, adding that since her name was revealed online, she's been receiving messages, bad messages, which I don't encourage at all. Lowe, previously a member of Latinos for Trump, participated in Proud Boys text chats, had extensive communications with one of the defendants in prison, suggesting witnesses, suggesting attorneys, speaking with defendants in prison. She also suggested starting prayer groups with defendants' family members, according to defense counsel. Now, the defense attorneys threw a fit over this, said the case shouldn't proceed because the government didn't disclose her relationship. And then on Friday, as we picked up, we know that the defense just said, we're ready to call her, actually. You know what? We're ready. We don't need any other conversation about it. We've got a lot of questions. Bring her on the stand. Judge said, hold on a minute on Friday. Hold on. We don't know what you can ask her about. And back then, we were asking, what's the force field going to look like? What is this going to be finagled to become? The role of FBI informants has become a central focus of this. They say we're conspiracy theorists. I don't know what is a conspiracy about this. Is she a confidential informant or not? The answer is yes. They assert that it was a trap to make supporters of the former president look bad. Well, as far as we know, in this one trial, there's at least 2-to-1 of informants to Proud Boys on trial as defendants. The fight also underscores the battle over this. 5 defendants are on trial. Informants are paid by the FBI, can be authorized to take actions legal like capital kidding. FBI agent Nicole Miller was on the stand, and his attorney does not a informant told that there was not one of them. Now, this is such an important point. We're going to see that the judge ultimately keeps this informant out of the trial, or keeps the important parts of this informant out of the trial. The reason why this is so critical is they're saying there was a conspiracy. The government is alleging, that's one of the charges, conspiracy. If there was a conspiracy, wouldn't that be corroborated by all of the CHSs, all of the informants who were also there? None of them have said that to corroborate it, and been able to ask them about this because the judge has not been allowing them to testify. Why is that? Not a single person that the Proud Boys planned to storm the Capitol. At some point, one of the defense lawyers, as we talked about here, said, I'm not an informant, because it's such a joke. Now, that was one interview. Now we have another one, or another news report. The New York Times also tells us that there was an unusual number of informants. This is from the New York Times, that the FBI had in or near the group. Even before the trial began, defense lawyers said that the group had as many as 8 informants in the far-right organization. 8. 5 of them are on trial. So who has the bigger conspiracy here? They make up more of the group than the Proud Boys. The FBI makes up more of the group by numbers. 5 defendants to 8 informants. Why didn't the informants just outvote the insurrection plan or something? So at least one of them from the Kansas City chapter was in the throng that marched on the Capitol that day. On Wednesday, new court papers revealed that there was yet another informant in the orbit, one who became uncommonly close. The newly disclosed informant, a Texas activist, Lowe, took part in prayer meetings. Some of the defendants' relatives, had multiple contacts with the defendants themselves while they were in jail. She was also in touch with some of the defense lawyers in the case, making what one of them, Nicholas Smith, called a, quote, constant drumbeat of detailed inquiries, which Mr. Smith said he had ignored. Carmen Hernandez, another defense lawyer working on the case, described Ms. Lowe as has been doing a, quote, surreptitious invasion from a defense lawyer. 2 of them have said this now, of the Proud Boys defense team. She demanded this week the government turn over any reports or other informants who may have gathered information on the defense. Do you think we're going to get those reports before we get to determine whether they can ask this witness about her informant status in front of the trial? Let's see. Prosecutors have insisted that they never asked Miss Lowe. We never asked her. I mean, I don't know what she gave us. She just brought the briefcases in. She just brought the video recordings and the audio files. We never asked those. Whose real name is Jenlyn Salinas. They never asked her to cozy up to the defendants, their relatives, or their lawyers. In fact, they said in court papers filed on Thursday, they cut ties with her 2 months ago after learning that she planned to appear in the trial that they had already been preparing. All right, this trial's been going on for years. The physical trial has not, but the pretrial proceedings have. So the government had a mole called Jenlyn Salinas, who was hanging out, cozying up to the defendants, their lawyers, meeting with them, starting prayer groups and all sorts of stuff, all the way up to it. And then right when trial looks like it's going to happen, the government goes, uh-oh, oof, yikes. Maybe we should cut ties with her. And they didn't even tell the defense at that time. They just told the defense when they said, we're going to call her tomorrow. In an interview on Friday, Ms. Lowe said that she had never spied on the Proud Boys or their lawyers. Yeah, okay. And said that the FBI never asked her any questions directly related to the trial that's now unfolding in federal district court. Oh, good. All right, that's it. That settles everything. That's great. She says she promises, so she never spied on them. Yeah, and she's obviously got a long record of. Well, she's got a pretty clear record of being an informant and not disclosing that. So we'll use that to our credibility bank. So they never asked her any questions directly related to the trial. She also confirmed that she parted ways with the Bureau when she started talking with Mr. Tarrio's lawyers. Yeah. Ms. Lowe maintained that while she provided the government information about some of the defendants before the trial began, do you see? It's in the same article. It's just like they never asked. Okay, so who cares? She still gave it to them. That she still provided the government with some information about them. So they were still getting it. It's technical nonsense. Her interest in the families and their legal situations was genuine. She says this is amazing. It's hard to see people calling me a rat and a fed and things like that. I think it's sad that we've gotten so polarized in this country. What? So a literal confirmed FBI informant, aka a fed, is upset that people are calling her a fed. Calls it polarized. Yeah, this country is really polarized. I can't believe it. It's really a sad thing that we don't accept FBI informants in our lives. We should just accept them and come spy on us and whatever. I can't believe you're calling me a rat. I can't believe you're calling me a fed. Are you a fed? Well, yeah. Did you get paid by the feds? Yeah. Did you give them FBI about the defendants? Yeah. Did you join and talk to their lawyers? Yeah. Did you show up at their offices in Miami? Yeah. Did you? Then you're a fed. Sorry. That's your doing. Now, to put the hat on the other foot, who knows what the FBI was doing to her? The FBI and the DOJ, they have a very pernicious way of twisting people's arms, making them do things and contorting people. We're going to arrest your whole family. You're going to go to prison forever and all that. I don't know if that happened here. So if there's any grace at all to afford a Fed informant, you can give them that grace there. But I'm not so sure. This sounds like she was there for several years, and I don't think she's even upset about it. She's like, first, wasn't on the payroll. I didn't actually work for the FBI. They never gave me a badge. Therefore, I'm not a Fed. Therefore, I'm not a rat, because I actually have never even been to the zoo. So I don't know. What are you talking about? Now, the use of informants on January 6th has been a simmering issue. You're kidding me. Yeah, for most of the Justice Department, when they started bringing charges for more than 2 years, some in the right-wing media honk honk, have sought to promote the idea that the Bureau instigated the assault through proxies acting on the ground on its behalf. Well, in this case, there are more confirmed, or let's say speculated, the government hasn't confirmed anything, but we have names of more CHSs, FBI informants, than we have Proud Boys on trial. They've largely dismissed the notion that FBI wielded anyone as an agent provocateur. Well, the judge hasn't allowed them to do that. He says, this attorney says no. He says, I think it's slander. I don't think that they actually instigated anything. All right. Well, instead, the lawyers made a different point, arguing that it is exculpatory and it contradicts the central allegation that there was a plan, right? If there was this overarching plan, right, amongst all the Proud Boys, wouldn't that plan have also percolated and permeated to all of the other informants? Wouldn't they have known, yeah, we're going into the Capitol that day? That is the plan. And so if there's 8 of them and none of them knew about it, isn't that relevant to the trial? Shouldn't the defense be able to call them in and say, you were an alleged member of the Proud Boy. Did you know about the plan? No. Did you know about the plan? No. Did you? You work for the government, right? Did you ever tell them about the plan? No. Did they ever ask you? Did they ever express concern? Did they ever tell you to get out of there? Call us if it's going down? Like a scene in one of those movies, all these FBI agents sitting around in, an office building across from the building they're monitoring. Are they insurrecting yet? What's the insurrection plan? What are they doing with all of these informants? The defense has upended the standard pattern of rather than attacking the informants, rather embrace them. Yeah, bring them out. Another FBI informant, Kenneth Lizardo, also was avoided. He didn't have to testify. On the day before the Capitol attack, Mr. Lizardo accompanied Mr. Tarrio, who was himself a former FBI informant, to a meeting with Stewart Rhodes, who was best friends with Ray Epps. They were walking, I don't know if they're best friends, but they were walking around together in Arizona at Oath Keeper meetings. They're all in the same circle. At that time, Mr. Rhodes, Chief Lieutenant Greg McWhirter, was also working as an informant for the Bureau. Look at this paragraph here. What are we looking at? On the day before the Capitol attack, Lizardo accompanies Tarrio. Former informant is picked up by a current informant, meets up with Stewart Rhodes. His informant status is yet to be known, but he was hanging out with Ray Epps, who is very likely an informant, unconfirmed, because he was on the FBI's most wanted list and then not charged. And the lieutenant of the Oath Keepers, Greg McWhirter, was also an informant. So basically, 80% of this group is FBI. Stewart Rhodes is the only one unconfirmed, but he had his pal Ray Epps there. 80% of this group has some contact with the FBI. While not much is known about the identities, there is a private log of messages. Danny Mack is also another one. Mention an informant. He led a boys' chapter in Jersey. He had a relationship with the FBI that lasted several months around the time of J6. Added as many as 20 other members as well. Lowe began working with the FBI San Antonio 2018, 2019. Then she got paid. More recently, she's been active in helping, assisting people charged in the attack in fundraising. Defense lawyer said, there are more informants than there are defendants. It's disgusting, and they're being prosecuted for this. That's where we left off. Now, don't we think that's relevant? Isn't that interesting to know if you're a juror and you're charging 5 defendants with conspiracy, if there are other people who are a part of the conspiracy who aren't aware of the conspiracy? Or was it just the 5 guys who were just going to insurrect? Like, did they need the rest of the Proud Boys, or was it just the 5 of them? Nuts. So that's FBI informant. We turn over to Roger. 4, Proud live tweeting it. Questions, potential human source. We left off last week with George Meza. Apparently this guy here on the left. And he was talking yesterday, on Friday, about being Jewish. And I think they brought him out, this is right, because he was saying that he was not anti-Semitic or racist. Let's fast forward. Judge Kelly is back on the bench, day 44. All rise. Please be seated. He says, all right, everybody, welcome back. I know we're going to be picking up with the defense witness, George Meza. Before we get back to that witness, we're going to talk about some videos that I want to show. And the government said that they want to show this stuff. And so we're going to go ahead and admit it. I do think it is relevant. So we are going to allow it in. So win for the government. Of course, why not? Monday morning. First one, government, you want a video in? What do you need it for? Bias? Perfect. It's coming in. Great. He says, second, I know you're getting ready to call this Jen Lowe, this FBI informant that was kind of explosive last week. She came and visited your office and all this stuff. Wow. He says, I've been thinking a lot about this over the weekend. And when it comes down to Jen, I just think that nothing about her relationship with the FBI is relevant in this trial. What? You say what, Judge? Wait a minute, you're talking about Jen Lowe, the same informant who was hanging out with these guys all throughout these years, was close families, who had information about the conspiracy that the government is alleging, who would have had intent or would have had a direct path to the government to share anything that was concerning, right? She could have shared with them. They're going to steal the country, man. They're going to steal the Capitol. She could have communicated that to her handlers. We can't ask her about that at all. It's not relevant. Nothing about that is relevant. It's also maybe a due process problem. She was influencing the conversation with the attorneys. She was trying to set prayer meetings, doing fundraising. But nothing about her years with the FBI is relevant. Judge says, I'm feeling pretty good about this decision too. I'm going to exclude it. So you can call your witness, but you can't ask about the FBI at all. This whole status as an informant, not even relevant. Literally, it's not relevant, which is such a low bar, it's kind of nuts. Because the Proud Boys, their entire defense is that they're a subset of a bigger conspiracy. The government is saying they were the conspirators. They were going to attack the Capitol. And they're saying, no, we were not. Actually, this is not their defense. This is my defense. Is that, no, they were not. There were confidential human sources all over the place who were fabricating this conspiracy. It doesn't exist. There were a bunch of people there protesting. They were there to have a good time. They were incredibly disorganized by most measures. There was no plan. The FBI has all sorts of problematic evidence that they have accidentally disclosed in this case, and the judge has conveniently ignored, papered right over. So when you add it all up, it's extremely relevant because the Proud Boys are a subset of a bigger conspiracy. They need to be able to show that bigger conspiracy. In this case, the government is the one responsible for the bigger conspiracy, is part of my defense. Now, again, Smith is not making that argument, their attorney, because, well, the judge would never allow that argument in the first place. He's not even allowing any conversation about the CHSs. He excludes it, even though it's a critical part of your defense. Of course. Now, why is the judge doing this? Well, the judge is pretty much dug in at this point. We're in the middle of a trial. He definitely does not want this train to come off the tracks. And if it does, well, then he just kept 5 people who have been spied on by the FBI with FBI informants in attorney meetings. These people have been housed in subpar conditions. One of them at least has no violent crimes at all. He's been held in custody. This seditious conspiracy thing would evaporate overnight if this train goes off the track. And he's not going to allow that to happen. So we were asking ourselves, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised about this today. I thought that we would get some conversation about the FBI, some part of it. Nothing. Not even a little bit. He excludes the whole thing. Let's carry on. The judge rationalizes this. He says, you know why? is this is not like the other informants that we've discussed. He says people who were CHS's informants on J6 says this person's relationship did not formalize until after January 6th, and even informal relationship before January 6th is irrelevant. I don't care. And we're asking ourselves, what? I mean, they're trying to show that there was this big intentional plan. A conspiracy is like two or more people conspiring to do a thing, you know. And if all of these CHSs were part of this Proud Boy conspiracy of seditious insurrection, seditious conspiracy, why is that not appropriate? And why is her not messaging that to the FBI not relevant? Now, he says she wasn't reporting on Proud Boys. And that's not true at all, as we saw from this article. She actually said that specifically. Says that while Lowe maintained that while she provided the government information about some of the defendants before the trial began, her interest was still genuine. So that's just not accurate, right? She actually did give them information, according to the New York Times. Now, the judge made a decision. We didn't get an evidentiary hearing. We didn't get the government to give us the full file. What does the informant file say? What did she give you? You say you didn't ask for it. You say you didn't task her to do it. But what did she get you regardless? The judge says, no, she wasn't reporting on the Proud Boys. Yes, she was. So he just parlays that and he says, therefore, there's no good faith basis to ask her questions suggesting any impropriety by the FBI. You don't think an FBI informant in your attorney meetings with you and your client, I think that is improper. I think it's unethical. I think it's reprehensible. But the judge says it's not a good faith basis. And you can see, I think that everything he's doing here is legally justifiable. He's not breaking any rules. He's not doing anything that is even probably reversible. Maybe some of this is. I don't know exactly what's going on in court. But he has the authority to make these decisions. Say it's not relevant. This is only about these very specific charges. And it's only about the conspiracy between these five guys and anything else about other informants or what the FBI really thought about this. I mean, this is all relevant to the other portions of evidence that have been dripped out. Remember, we had the spreadsheet where they talked about having just enough to get over the hurdle to not make themselves look like fools by prosecuting these guys. Is this enough? Can we get over the conspiracy charge? All of this talk about CHSs and informants would shatter that argument. It would say the FBI, their own informants, weren't even aware of a conspiracy. But the judge won't let him talk about it. He gives her the benefit of the doubt. He says this informant's contacts with the defense camp are easily explained by her sympathy for the defendants. She cared about them, man. We can't blame her for just caring about these people. That's why she was talking to the lawyers. That's why she was making special trips, special time out of her day to go talk to them. It's not because the FBI was nudging her to do that. No. The FBI don't have a history of snooping on attorney-client phone calls, do they? Oh, yeah, they do in this case, too, with Zach Reel. Carmen Hernandez made the same argument, saying that they were snooping on his emails because he pressed the checkbox. So this judge is just defaulting to her sympathy. Says the FBI didn't assign her anything, okay? They didn't task her to do anything, and she wasn't ordered or asked to do any of this stuff. The fact that she did it, because she cared about him. She's a good person. She's working with the FBI. Very good person. Easily explained. I don't think so. I think it's a contortion. This judge does not want this case to get dismissed. So he just goes on by that one. He says, now I think another defense witness who might be a confidential source. Papers over that, moves on. Prosecutor chimes in. He says, Your Honor, now this witness has been identified by the defense. There's been reporting about him. No threats about this person, but it's unusual to allow this person to testify under a pseudonym. Judge Kelly says, well, I mean, a pseudonym might work. He says, yeah, prosecutor says that's only appropriate if his life's in danger. He says, well, I kind of like the idea of letting him do a pseudonym. They're continuing on. The jury's not even in yet. So Tario's lawyer says, Judge, I object to these exhibits. They debate over some of these exhibits. Video is coming in. Uh-oh, court reporter's a little bit sick before the jury's brought in. Harloff says, court reporter's not feeling well. Going to take a brief break. Says, we're going to need a new court reporter. Some additional delay. Now, Judge Kelly comes back, new court reporter in. A couple more documents that they're fighting over. Let's see what we have here. This is from Meza. He says he was kicked out of one of the chats. They say it's duplicative. These look like messages about the telegrams. Now, Carmen Hernandez is back. Says, Your Honor, I am objecting to what you said about this confidential human source. We want to be able to talk about her status as an FBI informant. And I'm objecting to your ruling and so on. Defense attorney Tario, or for Tario, Jaraguay stands up. And he says, yeah, you know what? Now, Judge, now that you made that ruling, that I can't ask her anything about anything that I wanted to ask her about, her only utility as a witness, you just shattered, thanks, says we're not even going to call her today. So thanks, I guess. Can she be released from her subpoena? Says we're not calling her at all. What's the point? Judge says, yeah, sure. You don't, perfect. That's great. I don't want to hear from her either because she's an FBI informant. She would wreck my case. It's exactly what I wanted. You're free to go, man. So next witness is going to be somebody called Fernando Alonso. Then we'll get another witness. Hernandez is complaining. She's standing up. Your Honor, this is ridiculous. There is a difference of treatment between how you treat us and how you treat the government in terms of providing notice to the other side. Prosecutor says, that's ridiculous. You're just a complaining defense attorney. Norm Pattis stands up. He says, no, she's not. She's absolutely right. And the judge says, all right, pipe down, you two. Bring in the jurors. Jurors come in. Now, the witness from last week was somebody named George Meza, a.k.a. Asher Meza, a.k.a. Ash Bar Koziba. Up on the stand, prosecutor is cross-examining and says, okay there, Mr. Meza, remind me why you were kicked out of the chat. He says, well, I was kicked out. I'm not exactly sure what day I was kicked out. They pull up the date. He says, what kind of talk were you guys talking about in the chats? Well, there was a lot of locker room talk. He says, there were anti-Semitic posts. He says, I was known for looking for anti-Semitic posts. There was another message in here. It said something like this. So are normies going to push through police lines and storm the Capitol? Did you see that? No, I didn't see that one. There's another message here. It says, this effing mayor of DC is preventing us from having a voice. F peace. Did you see this one? Meza is supposed to be moderating the chat. He says, no, I didn't see that one. He says, these are trivial, okay? The vast majority of all these messages were peaceful. This is just part of the riffraff. So prosecutors going through these messages, he says, oh, you're a moderator, right? You're supposed to monitor these chats, and you're letting all these messages come through? What about this one? He says, no, I didn't see that one either. The main chat. You said that you were part of that chat, but that chat was deleted? He says, yeah, the chat was nuked after Tario's arrest, and I wasn't invited to the new one. But you were in a different chat, weren't you? Yeah. Boots on the ground? Yeah. I want to show you these messages. He says, well, I don't recognize these messages. Puts the messages up on the screen. He says, this can't be accurate. I was kicked out of that chat, so those messages aren't mine. Prosecutor says, are you sure? Those aren't your messages? No, they're not accurate. Are you denying posting these messages? He says, well, I can't verify this. It's hard to believe that they allow me back in after they kicked me out. The average Proud Boy didn't even know that this chat existed. Objection, sidebar. Well, I want to show you this message on January 9th. Message says, there's one thing I'd like to say regarding this. Message from Mesa in the chat. So you were in the chat on January 9th, weren't you? No, actually, this was a shared post. Looks like it, but I didn't. I was kicked out of the group, so somebody shared my video. Oh. So you made a video, if not now, then when, right? Yeah. And it ended that video with Uhuru Bros, is that right? Yeah. And on January 6th, you came within 15 feet of the Columbus doors, is that true? May have even been closer. And you saw violence? I saw mass hysteria, and I saw people emoting. You saw officers being assaulted? No. Plays the video again. Shows violent police outside Columbus. You see the officers right there? Yeah. You see those officers pinned against the door? Says, I see officers who are being thanked for doing their jobs and who are being pepper sprayed by other officers. You were when all this was happening, weren't you? Yeah. You remained in the area for some time? No, I didn't actually. Prosecutor says, oh, really? I want to show you this exhibit. Is this you? That's 3 hours later, after we left and came back. Is it you, is what I asked. Yes. The video, according to Roger, says it's Mesa. He's in body armor, mask over his face. He's playing something into the microphone. Proud Boys are wearing black today. They say this is our house. This election was stolen. Patriots are rising up. Mesa says, well, I'm not sure about that last statement. I'm not sure what that one said. Prosecutor says, I'll replay it then. Did you say patriots are rising up? I said. Now the video finishes with Uhuru. Prosecutor turns back over to Mesa. Says, if not now, when? You called this a glorious event, didn't you? Yeah. You said that what happened was called for, right? Yeah. You said that this was the most patriotic act in the last 100 years. Did you say that? Yes, and I believe that. Prosecutor now plays a selfie video. In the video, Mesa is saying these things from his car, a bunch of different statements. One of those is violence justified. Prosecutor, oh, is that how you felt on that day? He says, that's how I feel now. He says, you said founding fathers revolted against the crowd for less. Is that what you said? Yeah, I did. That's historical. You said, if not now, then when? And you also said, we'll become a socialist country. And you're also referring to stopping a problem with the election. He says, well, yeah, I said that. I mean, that's the name of the rally. That's the cause we're given. So that was the purpose then, wasn't it? To go to the Capitol and to stop the election? No. We were there to support the candidate and to hope that Pence would do the right thing. Through violence, right? No, that's not what I said. But you said violence is the only language tyrants understand. Well, I didn't coin the language, but I mean, yeah, they did say that. And that's how you felt at that time? Yes. Are you ashamed of what happened to attack tyrants? Is a quote. Prosecutor says, you were attacking, right? I myself did not do any attacking, says Mesa. He says, I was performing security. But you attacked the Columbus door on January 6th, right? No, I did not. You said, wear this attack as a badge of honor. You said that January 6th was a glorious event to you. Yeah, that's what I said. Prosecutor says, done. So this is the prosecutor, I think, getting a lot of admissions encouragement about this event, right? And I don't think that's going to play well with the DC jury. So I'm not sure what the defense is going to do. Let's see. Hassan for Enrique Tarrio is now up defense attorney. He goes back over to George Mesa. Hassan asks him, defense attorney, I want to go back to the rally November 2020, not January 6th. When you were there in November, did you impede law enforcement? No. Did you assault law enforcement? No. Did you strike the Metro PD or the Capitol Police when you were there? No. In November, was there banter related to Antifa between you and the Proud Boys? Yeah. I want to go back to December now. Same questions. Any violence? No. Did you assault law enforcement? No. Did you assault the Metro PD? No. So you were there in November and there was no problems, right? Yeah. You were there in December. There were no problems, right? If there were issues, what were they related to? He says protecting Americans. So what were you doing there? We were standing in harm's way. The core of our organization is reactionary. We do things others don't because we don't want innocent Americans to be harmed for political reasons. We don't think it's fair that people who support a certain candidate should be bullied. Defense says. Now, I want to discuss your service in the military. Prosecutor brought up that you were charged under other than honorable circumstances. Is that true? He says, yeah, I was in Bravo, 2nd Airborne. I tried to change my MOS. I wanted to become a chaplain's assistant. I tried to negotiate and renegotiate my contract, but they wouldn't let me. One thing people do is they go AWOL for 6 months, they turn themselves in, and then they get an other than honorable discharge. Simply because I wanted to change my designation. He says it's basically just a way to withdraw. But they didn't arrest you or anything, did they? Well, I mean, they do put out a warrant, but they didn't come to my door or anything, no. Defense says, well, I want to show you this exhibit. It's from a chat called MOSD Maine, which was the Ministry of Self-Defense, the Maine chat. It's a blank message from Mesa, January 3rd, and apparently a Proud Boy called Gabriel Garcia responded. Have you ever seen this? He says, no, I've never seen this message from Garza. Defense says, so you were in this chat. Were you ever tasked with policing the chat for anti-Semitic comments? He says, well, I just did that when I came across it. I mean, I wasn't out there searching for these comments, but when I came across a bad comment, I would deal with it. But you see this post here in this chat, right? Is that a bot? He says, yes. No, actually, I don't think it is a bot. It sounds like Tario. He says, but if it is Tario, then he programmed the bot, and the bot provides new entrants, and so the bot welcomes people with general instructions. So it's not Tario, it's just a bot that Tario programmed. Okay, so Tario programmed instructions when people entered into the chat room. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So when somebody entered the chat, was there any instructions by the Proud Boys that just populated automatically to be at the Capitol on January 6th? No. So I want to draw it back to a certain blue badge that you were wearing on January 6th. What does this say? It says back the blue. Oh, that's interesting. What's next to that badge? Well, next there, I have an Israeli flag. In the back, I have a badge of the 82nd Airborne. And I also have a Don't Tread on Me badge. So were you there on January 6th? Well, I was backing the police. Was Enrique Tarrio backing the police? Yes, he says. He could have violated the court order to show up, but he honored the court order. Remember, Enrique wasn't even there on the day. Hassan is now asking, this is the defense attorney, he says, but you said if not now, when in that video, didn't you? You that. And Mesa says, those were my views. Did Tario tell you to say that? No. He actually says Tario was believing the opposite of me. He was interviewed a week afterward, after January 6th, and said, objection, hearsay, sustained. Defense says, well, I want to show you this other chat. This is the MOSD Zoom video chat from December 31st. Prosecutor objects outside the scope. Judge looks like he sustains that. Defense comes back. Well, I want to ask you about Tario's feelings about January 6th. He says, how did you become aware of Tario's feelings? I saw an interview on objection, sustained. Did he express his feelings to you? Right, that's hearsay. That's Tario talking out of court. Did he express his feelings to you? Yes. Were they contrary to those you expressed on video? Objection, sidebar. They come back. Defense says, okay, with regards to Tario, let me just clear this up. You had a friendly relationship with him, right? Yeah. Was he more of a showboater or not a showboater? Objection, sustained. Did he like to razzle dazzle the crowd? Objection, sustained. Was Tario's persona in the Proud Boys? Can you describe that to me? Well, he was the chairman. And did he do the Proud Boy responses to the media? Yeah. And were those responses over the top sometimes? Objection, sustained. What were those responses? Objection, sustained. Hassan's like, all right, forget it, I'm done. And he finishes. No further questions. He's frustrated. Roger says, all right, well, that witness was a disaster. Judge says, all right, good Lord. All right, we ought to take a break here. This isn't going well. Says attorneys, hang tight for a minute. So the jurors take a break. They go outside. A lot of objections there. Judge says, all right, here's what the deal is. Meza, we played these videos. Now, I'm going to give the jurors a limiting instruction. I'm going to say that they can only admit these videos for the purposes of impeaching his direct testimony and showing bias, but not for anything else, all right? The videos that we saw can just only be useful to George Meza. They can't go against the Proud Boys in any other way other than to impeach his testimony. Impeachment and bias, it can't show that there was a conspiracy or that they were obstructing or any of the other things. Prosecutor says, Your Honor, hold on a minute. The jury can use it for evaluating credibility as well, whether he's credible. And Hernandez says, well, we'll just leave it at impeachment. The judge says, well, credibility is more accurate. So we'll use the word credibility. Next witness is going to be another Proud Boy. They come back in 10 minutes.
Is that what's going to help, like Mad Max and AJM in the chat? Their felonious credibility. But they're being used as cannon fodder. It's a great example, whether I'm right or not, right or wrong about them. They're still a great example in what they represent. You can tell by the fruits. When a chat room troll's trying to tell you you're the belly crawler, but they've never put out a video or streamed, have time in prison for being felons. You know, I mean, come on, really? Anyways, credibility, huh? Little cannon fodder.
Now, there were some photos
bastards
being spread around on this, but I can't vouch for those. And so neither can Roger Parloff. So I'm not even sure those are accurate. So we'll just fly by those. But we come back, and Judge Kelly is back after the break. Defense attorney for Enrique Tarrio, Sabino Jaraguay, stands up. Your Honor, the defense calls Fernando Alonso. He comes in, he promised all the truth and all the facts. I do. Please be seated. Fernando, can you tell me a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? Well, that's great. Where were you born? Well, I was born in Mexico, raised in Michigan. What do you do these days? Well, I'm an entrepreneur. I've got 3 children. And are you a member of the Proud Boys? Yeah, I am currently. When did you join? 2018. And what rank are you, Alonzo? He says, 4th degree. And if you've been following along here for some time, you remember that the 4th degree Proud Boys, this has already come up in this trial, and they tell us that if you're a 4th degree, that means you may have engaged in some sort of violence, maybe some sort of aggression. But it doesn't necessarily have to be you went and caused the violence. It could also be defensive violence, and there's also other rules. Let's see what happened here. You're a 4th degree Proud Boy. That means you're a violent person, doesn't it? No, he says. Well, I achieved the 4th degree due to a hardship. Oh, that's interesting. It says I suffered loss in my business, and that qualifies. So I'm a 4th degree because I got doxxed by Antifa, and I lost a contract, and my business got wrecked by those losers. He says, are you guys white supremacists in the Proud Boys? He says, well, no. I mean, the media portrays us as white supremacists, but I'm a Latino. I don't see how that works, but I lost a contract because Antifa said I'm a racist white guy, even though I'm not. I'm Latino. Were you at a December rally with the Proud Boys? Yeah, I was there on December 12th, 2020. Can you tell me about the Proud Boys? Who was in charge during that time? He says, yeah, Enrique Tarrio was the president of the chapter I was involved in. I was there in Miami. Are you in any of the various Proud Boy Telegram groups? Says, yeah, many of them. Actually, too many. Actually, probably 7 or 8 Proud Boy Telegrams. I was in the Ministry of Self-Defense members chat. My understanding was There was only going to be another rally on January 6th, and Enrique Tarrio didn't want anything bad to happen, except insurrecting the Capitol, obviously. Local DC chapter didn't want us to come at all, so we came to DC anyways on January 5th at night by car. Was there a plan when you guys got there? Were you plotting your insurrection forts? Were you pitching tents to establish bases of command or anything? No, there was no plan set up other than when we got there. There's no chatter in the chats or anything about storming the Capitol. Nothing? You guys weren't going to plan your insurrection? No, that's ludicrous. No understanding at all of our purpose. So you said Enrique Tarrio was there and in charge, right? Yeah. And at some point, Enrique was no longer in charge. Can you tell me what happened? Yeah. Enrique Tarrio was arrested a couple days before out in Baltimore before he was picked up by Eddie Lizardo. No. I don't know, somebody named Lizardo, Kenny Lizardo, whose chat picked him up and drove him back into DC. After Tarrio got arrested, the chat was deleted. When did you find out that that chat message was deleted? Found out minutes. Said, I found out 30 minutes prior we were going to meet at the mall at 10 a.m. Jaraguay now shows a video. Can you tell me what's happening in this video? He says, well, nothing really. We're all just kind of standing around. We had about 100 guys, I'd say. That was all in the MOSD chapter. When I got there, there were like maybe more than 100 guys, but I was like, what is this? We had no idea what was happening. Most guys I saw that day, I didn't even know. Everyone was in regular clothes. In the chat, you don't see people's names or photos, so you just don't really know what's going on. Says Jay plays more of Eddie Block's video of them near the Washington Monument. And hey, speaking of Eddie Block, look who just sent in a super chat. Look who is in the chat. Eddie Block is here. What's up, Eddie? Eddie says in the chat, he says, got my fourth when Antifa swung on me, hit me in the face, and I knocked him out. Again, protecting a woman when Antifa hit me with a chain, all on video. So under attack from Eddie Block, from Antifa, confirmed in real time. Good to see you, Eddie. Thanks for being here, Eddie. Hopefully you're driving safely, my friend, coming back from testifying. Now, and by the way, he's on YouTube also, right? That was Eddie Block Films. So if you're not already subscribed over to Eddie Block Films, he's sharing his story. And he's got a real good boy over there named Donald J. Trump, who deserves some belly rubs. So they're playing Eddie's film. They ask, do you have any organizational structure to what we're watching here? No, not at all. We're just meeting new people. Was there any kind of a plan at all when you got there? None. Any agreement? None. Any objective? None that I'm aware of. Plays another clip, still at the Washington Monument. You all are standing around here. Do you have any idea, do you have any understanding of what you were going to be doing here? No, none at all. You heard somebody say something like no press around. You remember that? He says, yeah. The idea of the Ministry of Self-Defense going there is that we didn't want any attention. We didn't want to draw any attention to ourselves or to our club. It wasn't like previous rallies. We didn't want to be doxxed. The media portrays us in a certain way. People have lost their jobs. It's a private club. Clip is playing again. Nordine's on the camera giving instructions. Leaders are over here, members are over there. Defense attorney quotes the video. He says, look good. Slow, steady pace. We're gonna do a meet and greet. He's reading this back to Alonzo. What does this mean? He says it means don't do anything stupid. He says we knew we were being filmed. It means be proud of who you are. Not there to be aggressive. We're there as peacekeepers. But in this video, when he says developing the front lines, what does that mean? It means who's going to be out in front. And have you done rallies with Enrique Tarrio before? No. We did flag waves at a Cuban restaurant in Miami. probably preparation for Insurrection Day. Did Tario contact law enforcement when he went to these places? Yeah, he always did. Now they show another video. They're saying F Antifa, F Antifa. Who are all these people following you here, Alonzo? He says, I'm not sure. It was either reporters or I don't know. I'm not sure who they were. They're not with us. Would you stop for photo ops when you were walking with the Proud Boys? Well, I don't think they were photo ops. You see this person walking right here in this group here with you guys? Alonzo says, yeah. Is that a Proud Boy? I don't think so. This guy with the boom microphone, with the big long microphone out there, who's that? So everybody, I don't know, CNN, press was there, could be all sorts of people. Now, all of this was being recorded, and during the breaks in the march, did you and your fellow Proud Boys talk about any secret plans, so to speak, you know, insurrection plans? No, not at all. You were just walking towards the Capitol? Yeah. Did you have an objective when you were walking there? No, just going to the Capitol somewhere along the line. We're going to say a prayer. Did you have a plan to attack the Capitol? Absolutely not. If so, I would have stopped walking right then. They play the video some more. Was a plan hatched at this point in the video? He says there was no plan hatched at any point. Was there an agreement? An agreement about what? An objective. He says the objective was to stop and do a prayer. I mean, that's the only thing I knew of. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, man. You're weirding me out right now. Stop with all these weird questions. So they play the video some more. Nordine's on the camera. He says, let's go make a presence, a meet and greet. Look good. Alonzo says it's about making a presence, saying a prayer, and heading back. He says, was there some sort of a secret code to attack the Capitol? Like, did your secret rings get activated and tell you to unite or something? He says, no. Scoffing laugh. No, what? What kind of a stupid question? A secret code to attack the Capitol? No. Okay, this isn't some sort of a Disney Nicolas Cage film or something like that. All right, leave me alone. There is no secret code in the Proud Boys. They play some more videos. You hear this? Recognizing whose streets? Our streets? He says, yeah, I do. Do you know who these people with cameras are? He says, the people with cameras? I mean, I think they're just reporters, no? So it's fair to say that the reporters were following you. Is that true? He says, yeah, they were following us. Did they follow you every step of the way over to the Washington Monument? He says, yeah, they did. They followed us a lot. What's this man carrying right here in this video? He says, well, that appears to be a camera. Apparently the Proud Boys are kneeling and praying. Oh my gosh. Probably their pre-insurrection prayers. Yeah. Lord, we ask you for strength to seize this podium. Defense says, you see all these people with cameras? They're taking photos and leading. Does that look right? Yeah. He says, from the moment we got to the Washington Monument, reporters rushed us and they followed us everywhere we went. On the video, it's playing F Antifa. What were you doing right here? Here, nothing. Just stopped around more or less. We were going to eat. Well, why were you standing right there in front of the Capitol? Well, we stopped there to eat. The decision to stop there was basically on the go. We just decided. And how about here? Here, we're just standing around because there was no objective at this point. Well, who are these men over here in this video? I think those are reporters. And how about these guys? Oh, that's Joe Biggs, who's a defendant in this case. Don't know him. Says they're getting their pictures taken. It's a big photo op. Where are you going now? I don't know. I don't know if we had a place to go or if we just started walking. And what are you doing here? Well, there are food trucks in this area. We were around there for a while. There's a bunch of food trucks and no objective. Get food if you need to, kind of a thing. After lunch, what did you do after that? Well, we didn't know. To us, it was basically over. I mean, the day was over. There's nothing else to do. Now they're marching again. Are you marching? He says, well, we weren't marching. Police kind of came up and they asked us to clear the road, so I guess we were clearing the area. Now, when you were clearing the area and talking to the police and obeying their orders, when you were abiding lawful orders, did you discuss this, the storming of the Capitol? No, he says, no. If there was, I would have left right then and there. video now is playing more. F Antifa, F Antifa. Do you know who these people were? Some of them. Out of the whole mob of people here on this day, how many people did you know? Because at this point, we were already regular people, even at the get. So there was close to maybe. What he's doing on this video? Talking on the megaphone. He's saying, our house, whose house, our house, whose house, our house. And where were you in relation to this in this video? He says, I was behind the camera. There were too many people gathering already, and at that point, I'd estimate there were too many to count. There were too many bystanders, many not in our group. Some were from the Trump rally. It says, our objective of doing the prayer meeting was done. It was every man for themselves. I mean, the crowd was too rowdy, but it wasn't anything. It wasn't violent. You see these people back there? Yeah, those are police officers. Yeah, we were good 75 to 80 yards away. Oh, okay, so at that point, at this moment now in this video, is this when you decided to storm the Capitol? No, absolutely not. Was there some sort of an agreement communicated between you guys, maybe with a phone? No, he says, no, we had no communications. Do you have a radio? So, I did have a radio, but there were no communications. Was there an unwritten objective to storm the Capitol? No. Judge Kelly says, okay, stop it, defense attorney. What this defense attorney is trying to do is show that there was no conspiracy, right? Was there any communication between anybody to enact the conspiracy? If you're going to commit sedition and it's seditious conspiracy, you've got to show the conspiracy. As we zoomed out on asking if this is an obvious conspiracy, why didn't all of the other informants, 8 to maybe 15 of them, why didn't they also know about that and communicate this danger and this threat to the FBI? Evidently they didn't. So here, he's trying to make that point. There is no conspiracy, and they never communicated about it. It was all just sort of organic. Judge Kelly shuts him up. All right, we've been talking about food trucks a lot over here, and I love food trucks. My stomach is grumbling, he says. Are there food trucks out here? Jury, have a great lunch. Don't talk about the case. Question comes in about another witness. We fast forward through lunch, and we're back. We have defense attorney Jared Wyde resumes the cross-examination of Alonzo Proudboy. Welcome back, Alonzo. Hope you had a nice lunch. I couldn't eat, I'm on a witness stand. I'm nervous as hell. All right, we'll be done here soon. He says, okay. I want to go back to this video of the peace circle. Can you tell me what's going on? He says, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's when the first breach happened. Now, you see this guy in the video, right? The guy with his arm raised? Yeah. Who is that? A defendant in this case. What does that mean with his arm raised? What does that mean? That means stop. Stop. So was it ever the plan to proceed? He says no. What was your intention to proceed past the barriers that day? Absolutely not. Was there any agreement to do that in the Proud Boys? He says, if that had been the objective, if they wanted me to breach the barriers, I would have quit the club that day. So you didn't have any plan to stop the certification. He says, honestly, that's offensive, okay? It's insulting. We're grown men. It boggles my mind that would even be a question to stop the certification. Defense says, well, there's another person in the crowd over here. He has his fist raised. It seems like he's trying to stop the crowd from going forward. Is that right? He says, yeah, somebody is actually making a Proud Boys hand gesture. That salute means the Proud Boys. He says, a mob started going towards the Capitol building. And once that happened, to me, all bets were off at that point. Everyone was on their own. Was that part of the deal? Like, did you have an agreement that once that happened? No, there was no agreement on that. Was there some sort of a pseudo understanding where there's like kind of an agreement? Maybe. No, absolutely not. What do Proud Boys stand for? He says, we're a men's drinking club. Okay, we're a brotherhood. But what do you stand for? Western values. He says, women should be housewives, ... Let that one hang there for a minute. He says, and Proud Boys shouldn't even cheat on their wives. He says, do you guys use locker room language? Yeah, we're men. We're trolling. We're there having fun. If somebody gets offended, then you go after them for fun. How do you feel about woke ideology? He says, well, we don't agree with it, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion. How would you describe Enrique's personality? He says, well, he's one of the calmest men I know. The purpose was to make a presence for the media. It was never about violence, ever. Only if someone strikes at us. Did Enrique Tarrio ever stage events for the media? No. What kind of leader was Enrique? Great leader. What was his feeling about BLM and their right to protest? Well, they had a right, they have a right to protest just like we do. They have a right to say whatever they want. Was Enrique's plan to engage in violence on the 6th? Absolutely not. What were Enrique's feelings towards law enforcement? He respected law enforcement. We respect the Constitution. It's like other countries, especially speech. Well, what was the purpose of the chat then? Well, it was a hand-picked group of guys, level-headed guys, not instigators, assembled to keep the peace. If anyone else had a hand, you're there to keep. That was the specific chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense, specifically set up for that purpose. Was the purpose of your protest there on January 6th, was it to oppose the transfer of power by force? The purpose of the rally? The purpose of the rally is that Trump was going to speak and call for his supporters to show up. That's it. Yeah, but was the purpose to obstruct an official proceeding? No, not to my knowledge. Was it to impede law enforcement? No. Did you go into the Capitol? No, absolutely not. Did you stop other people from going in? Absolutely. What do you think of the people who went inside? Well, I don't think it was a good idea. I don't think they should have done it. Did you impede a police officer on that day, Alonzo? I didn't impede anyone. Did your feelings, Alonzo, ever change towards law enforcement after being part of the chat? No, it never changed. Do I have police officers? Yes. All? No. Culture remained the same, okay? Respect the police. Defense attorney is now showing him this. His handle was called Deplorable 51, reference Hillary's comment. He posted something saying bodies hit the floor. Says there's a song about bodies hit the floor, right? They posted this up there. You said bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. In an idiotic rushing in regular people's bodies. He says there's a song about bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor, right? We've all heard it. And he's posting the song in there. He's saying, yeah, like bodies hit the floor. Have you ever been doxxed? He says, yeah, it happened just now during the break, actually. What happened? Objection. Jared Glide, the defense attorney, is like, you're kidding. It just happened. Tell me all about it. Because he wants to talk about everything. The judge is not letting him talk about anything. He's like, yeah, you got doxxed. What, was it an FBI agent? Was it an informant? What happened? Was it an FBI agent? Prosecutor's like, objection, objection, objection. Judge is like, shut up, shut up, shut up. Everybody's trying to keep this thing under control. So a sustained, he has to move on. Enrique, he goes, was it Enrique's idea to go inside the Capitol on January 6th? Question comes out of left field. Objection, foundation, sustained. He says, based on everything you know about Tarrio, was it Enrique Tarrio's plan? Was it his idea? Was it his objective? Did he have any agreement at all, my client, Enrique Tarrio, to go into the Capitol? Alonzo says, 100% not. Questions? Judge Kelly now asking anybody else, any other questions for this witness? Carmen Hernandez for Zachary Real stands up, direct exam. Hey, thanks, Alonzo, for being here and for your testimony here today. Do you know my client, Zachary Real? No, I've never met him before January 6th. I only met him then. Did he ever direct you to storm the Capitol? No, absolutely not. Did you see my client attack any police officers? No. Did he throw any bottles or projectiles? No. Did he direct anyone or help anyone else do any of those things? No. No. Thank you. No further questions. Meanwhile, Zachary Real sits in federal custody, been there for several years now. 2-year-old daughter he's never seen before, non-violent. Prosecutor stands up, starts cross-examination of Alonzo, says, all right, You say that you know a lot about what Enrique Tarrio had in his mind for January 6th, right? Yeah. You know him well? Yeah. Is he your best friend? No, but I mean, we're part of the same organization, so I'd call him a friend. So you know 100% in your mind what he had in his mind? Wow, that's amazing. I bet he's being very condescending. 100%. Wow. He says, yes, sir, I do. And how many of his private communications with Biggs and Nordine and Berdino and the elders and the MOSD leaders have you been privy to? Since you're 100% sure, how much of those have you read? None, actually. None. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. When you texted Enrique Tarrio, he didn't always message you back, though, did he? Yes, he did. He always texted me back. We're bros. Who did you talk to in prep for your testimony here today? Hassan and Jaraguay, my lawyer, these two lawyers for Enrique Tarrio. Did they record your conversation? He says no. Did you text with them? Yeah. Prosecutor says, may I be heard on the phones, Your Honor? I think this witness is lying. He's asking for copies of those messages. I would like to see these messages and what he was prepared for. Prosecutor comes back. Judge makes a ruling. Don't know what it was. Prosecutor comes back. Other than Enrique Tarrio's lawyers here today, did you talk to anybody else? No. And you're here today sitting in court. Are there logos on your shirt? He says it's a Fred Perry shirt. All right. Happens to be yellow. And you joined the Ministry of Self-Defense chat before January 6th. Is that true? Yes, on December 31st. You remember that date, don't you? Yeah. Now, I want to show you this application form and ask you some questions about this. The chat group had an application form. On this form, it asked you what events you had attended. Do you remember that? Yeah. And by listing those events, you gave the chat room some idea of the experience that you'd be bringing to the table, right? Yeah. You would convey what you'd done, right? He says, well, what do you mean by done? I mean, I'd attended the event. I don't know what you mean by done. You were able to see what went on at those events? Yeah. And you were able to see what activities are kind of encouraged at those events? Yeah. And other activities that might be discouraged too? Yeah. And all of that helped your understanding, helped shape your understanding of the mission for January 6th, didn't it? As far as January 6th, I don't even know what you mean. Well, one of those earlier events was November in DC. You were there. You remember it, right? No, I didn't attend that one. But you listed it, though, on your application. No, I didn't. I wasn't there. Prosecutor says, oh, well, we took the spreadsheet when we rated everything, and I have this spreadsheet here, and it looks like you answered the question here on this row. It says right here on line 15, second degree Proud Boy from Vice City. You recognize that? Yeah. What does it say there? It says DC as Intel chat first time, but DC in person second time. That's his qualifications. Prosecutor says, you see that, huh? We have everything. So you had involvement, didn't you? He says, well, yeah, but it was in the Intel chat, just like I said. So you were involved enough, though, to list it on your form, weren't you? He says, yeah, I was. And in that capacity, you learned about what happened? Yes. And some of that even made it to social media, yeah? And some of those social media posts celebrated acts of violence, didn't they? Objection, sidebar. Message from Zach Reel here. They play a video. In the video, they're talking about an Antifa person with a knife getting knocked out by a Proud Boy in a single punch. Apparently, Zach Reel is saying she got what she deserved, had a knife, swiped at someone, so she got what she deserved. Self-defense. Prosecutor says, I'm going to show this video. Judge grants a second sidebar. Carmen Hernandez is back there. Objection, 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 overruled. Video starts to play. Prosecutor says, so you saw videos like this, right, after the November rally, and you took pleasure in these videos, seeing Antifa getting punched in the head? He says, well, I don't think anybody took pleasure. I mean, she clearly has a knife, and she started swinging the knife. So somebody trying to attack one of our guys got knocked out. Of course I took pleasure. Weirdo. You wouldn't? So you made jokes about that video, didn't you? Yeah, we did. Defense is objecting all over. Smith, Jerichoy, Hernandez, all objections. All overruled, because of course. This is a message, right? He says, well, it's my Telegram handle, but I didn't post this. I don't speak like that context. That's not how I speak. He said, I had put my name on things I didn't say many times. Prosecutor says, so you're kidding me. So someone was impersonating you? Stealing your identity in chats that we extracted from Tario's phone? That's weird that they did that. You're stating that I wrote that. I didn't write that. That's not me. So you never wrote, put video of Predator B, objection, sidebar. Defense is objecting this. Judge lets it in. Prosecutor comes back out. Says, okay, let me lay a little more foundation here. So you were a member of a chat called Miami-Dade, weren't you? In that, you wrote, put the video of the Predator woman getting smacked. Carmen Hernandez is screaming, objection! Overruled. Quiet, Carmen. Prosecutor continues. Put the video of the Predator bee getting smacked and make a GoFundMe page saying we're getting her new teeth, LOL. You didn't write that? No, I didn't write that, he says. Very interesting. Prosecutor's just going to let that one linger and look at all the jurors like this. You believe that? Yeah, sure. Nothing about that prevented you, though, from going to a December rally, did you? You wrote protest time had come again, sort of a reference to a song. Objection, sustained. Part of the planning for the 12/12 rally was in the DC Sweet Sweepers chat, right? Yeah. Because you and other Proud Boys planned on cleaning the DC streets, is that right? Well, it was called that because the police were not going to do anything clearly. Antifa was attacking innocent people, particularly older people, and it irks you when you see police sitting around not doing anything. So you're telling me that you thought that it was your job and other Proud Boys' jobs to clean up the streets. Well, I don't think it's my job, but to me as a U.S. citizen, not a Proud Boy, to go and protect innocent people, yes. Your job is to forcibly remove people you view as troublemakers from the streets of D.C.? Is that what you're saying? No, it's to keep the peace. So is this where the term Cop-Tifa started getting thrown around a lot? Cop-Tifa, he says, I don't know where it started. Peter says, well, was it sometime around December 2020 when it started getting used? It says, yeah, that sounds about right. And you said on direct exam that you guys never engaged in acts of aggression. He says, no, that's not what I said. I actually said that we were not there to start aggression. We were there to react if there was aggression. But you had aggressive action in mind, didn't you, as you prepared for December? Several objections from the defense. Prosecutor comes back. So you traveled, didn't you, Alonzo, to D.C. for the December rally? Yeah. And you didn't see as much action as you would have liked. Is that true? I don't know what you mean by that. Well, things that held you back from engaging fully in a group's activities, like physical restraints, did those things happen? He says, yeah. He says, your level of fitness wasn't quite objection overruled. Tell me about your situation. He said, well, back then, I had 2 torn ligaments. Prosecutor reads another. My leg is giving me hell. That's what you said? He says, yes, that I said. He said, oh, so that one's not an imposter, is it? No. The other one was an imposter. You didn't write that one, but you suddenly wrote this one. 2 days after the rally, you said, had to let others handle the battle. I need to get back in shape. You remember that? You resolved that, and then you were going to start training. Remember saying that? Yeah. And you weren't just training for any imaginary doomsday scenario, were you? He says, well, the reason I was saying this is you were already at war, weren't you? No. You see what he's trying to do? Make his healing after the December rally be the preparation moment for the J6 insurrection. Everybody's preparing for battle for their insurrection. They probably ordered their Field of Greens using code Robert at fieldofgreens.com and put on some weight, hit the gym, get a tan, cardio up to get ready for insurrection. I need to get back in shape. So then you were going to start training, like Rocky, probably go through a crucible. And you weren't just training for any imaginary doomsday scenario, were you? You were already at war. You said something like this: Trump, I don't get it. Trump disavowed us. Are we doing or are we not? Or is this thing like a 3%er training for doomsdays and zombies? Says, I am in 100% for real things and actions, not for scenarios of what if down the line. We are at war today, right now. This is the prosecutor, I'm presuming, reading this out. Objection from the defense. Prosecutor comes back. So your view of war was that the police and federal law enforcement had chosen the wrong side. Is that true? No. Well, I want to show you this message. This message is from you again, right? This one's suddenly from you? Yeah. You on 12, you said, this for a while. Antifa is backed by Dems, police, and the FBI, and they're all over the world. You sent that message, didn't you? Yeah. And you were part of another group called Perchetta War that sent people to J6? Yeah. Tario was a member of that group too, wasn't he? He says, yeah, but it was satire. We hung around a Cuban restaurant and joked. Who created that group? Yeah, he says Tario might have created it. Garcia and Fonticova were members? Yeah. How about Ash Barakazoba? I don't remember him. How about the Greek? Yeah, he was in there. Michael Priest? Yeah. Priest is Alberto Torna? Yeah. And Pedros Barrios, the Q-Tip Homelander, is here, right? He says, I never knew the real names. Somebody's called Q-Tip Homelander? Oh, that's great. So prosecutor says, in that chat, you had discussions of keeping Donald Trump in power, didn't you? Objection, sidebar. Judge Kelly says, all right, we're going to take a break on that. Take a 10-minute break. We come back. Judge Kelly's back on the bench. Government prosecutor resumes the cross. He says, as of December 27th, you thought that Trump might have a complicated plan to hold on to the presidency, right? Objection, overruled. He reads this message. It's a long, complex message. He says, what is this? He says, well, I forwarded that message. And what's in that message? Various legal schemes to affect the outcome of the election, right? He says, yeah. Objection, hearsay 403, overruled, it comes in. So they start talking about this. There was somebody else in this chat that had something less complex in mind. You remember that? No, I don't remember. Couple objections. We fast forward through that. Sidebar. By Christmas Eve, December 24th, you had something more drastic in mind, didn't you? Well, the first message was just something I shared, right? So I don't know what you mean by that. Shows him another thread. The second message is from Al, and you don't respond, and then Al provides a further suggestion, and you say, yes, you remember that? Yeah. Reading from the top, it says, Priest says the following, right? Yeah. Unleash the Kraken. When do we start stacking bodies on the White House lawn? You respond, J7, right? Priest says rhinos first. Make the Democrats watch. And you say, yes, didn't you? Alonzo says, look, this was not something literal, okay? We're not going to stack bodies on the White House lawn. This was locker room talk, if you will. Prosecutor says, locker room talk. He says that stacking bodies on the floor, though, that's the same phrase that the member chat used when that was about protesters' bodies, right? Norm Pattis wants a sidebar. This is where they're saying stack those bodies in front of Capitol Hill. So it's a kind of a recurring theme. Prosecutor says, all right, now as January 6th approached, you understood very well that the focus of the J6 Proud Boys event would be the Capitol, right? He says, focus of what event? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I want to show you this other message from 12/19/2020. He says, yes, outside the Capitol. You said on January 6th we should go and stand and protect our fellow patriots while history is made inside. Remember that? Yeah. And you said on direct that if you heard any talk about storming the Capitol, you'd have removed yourself from that, right? Yeah. Well, I want to show you this message. about another chat. You say a message that says empty file, right? Yeah. And on this day, on 12/20, you're discussing expectations for the 6th. I don't remember. Now you're talking about awaiting the outcome on the Capitol steps, right? He says this has nothing to do with a message. You're saying what the 6th is going to be about. He says the 6th is going to be about awaiting the outcome. But this has nothing to do with the chat. We're just talking about what the outcome is. We're just going to wait for the outcome on the Capitol steps. You're assuming that means go in there, but we're just waiting for the outcome. Yeah, but you sent this message about what was going on in the 6th and not what it was going to be about, right? Objection overruled. Yeah, we're waiting for the outcome as a patriot, not as a Proud Boy. So the messages came in from Priest, and you sent another message, didn't you? Objection overruled. You said that January 6th might be the moment to take D.C., didn't you? Says it may not be peaceful. Maybe we should stand back and stand by. Defense is objecting, overruled again. Another message comes in. Says only things we'd be doing is fighting crazy leftists and not affecting the outcome that day. Alonzo responds, going on the 6th is about joining patriots on the Capitol steps, awaiting the outcome that affects us all. Priest says if we're storming the Capitol, that's a different story. And he says, that didn't disgust you? Like, you didn't leave the chat when he said, if we're storming the Capitol? You said earlier that if you saw that, you'd leave the chat, and you didn't. That didn't disgust you? He says, it's a facetious remark. But that didn't insult you when he talked about storming the Capitol, did it? I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was a stupid statement. But then you said the following back to him, right? You said, a people united will never be defeated. Remember that? And then you said, J6 determines everything. And then you said that us going is not about Antifa. It's about us being patriots and standing amongst normies. The purpose is that what will happen that day. Then you sent this longer message poking fun at people who didn't want to get behind this. You remember all that? Prosecutor says, you expressed great confidence about what Tarrio's purpose was in creating MOSD, right? I don't recall that. It was to keep the peace. But you said you were 100% sure. You said 100. Yes. And how many comms did you have with the leaders? None. How many with the elders' chats? None. Prosecutor's asking, now you may not have had any direct knowledge of communications with Tarrio, but you expect that Tarrio told law enforcement about the chat? Well, I don't know. It wasn't like any other rally in a sense. We weren't going as Proud Boys. So you expected Tarrio to tell police he had a bunch of guys going to the Washington Monument at 10 a.m.? So I don't even know if that was part of the original plan. He says the defense lawyer showed you parts of a video and asked why you did certain things, right? Yeah. And your answer was not much of a reason, is what you said, right? Yeah. You said you had no role whatsoever in deciding where this group went, right? He says, I didn't have a job. When leaders moved, you moved, right? When they stopped, you stopped. Yes. And you didn't ask why, right? No. And you didn't go to Trump's speech either, did you? Correct. You knew the main event was at the Capitol. Correct. Then a whole bunch of guys charged through those barriers, right? Yeah. I don't even know if those were our guys. But you did not go in, did you? Right. You hung back. Yeah. You weren't back in shape, were you? Well, I couldn't have gone through in any event with armed police. I had an officer pointing a rifle at my face. But you kept up with what was going on inside, right? Well, we heard things. You got updates, didn't you, from your insurrectionists inside? Yeah. I want to show you something. You remember this scene? Yeah, that's us. We were hanging back, all the way in the back. This is where you put yourself while the Capitol was being stormed? Yeah. Video's playing. There's a man with a ski mask and a vest on. You don't remember that man? He says, no, it might be someone I know. Who does it sound like? Says the prosecutor. It sounds like Bucky from West Palm Beach. And at some point, Gilbert Fontecoba links up with you? Yeah. He'd been inside the building? Yeah. He'd brought back a bottle of water he got from inside. And you thought that was pretty funny, didn't you? Objection sustained. This is you on the left side of the screen with a radio on your chest? Yeah. And now playing the audio only from the video. It's garbled up in the media room. Fontecoba is saying he wanted to frame that water bottle, and you just laughed, didn't you? He says, yeah, I thought it was stupidly funny. You weren't insulted. You said you'd be insulted. And while you were on the lawn back where there, your attention was 100% focused on whether the election was certified, wasn't it? You knew that Fontecoba had been inside and Garcia, and you were 100% focused on whether the election was certified, wasn't it? I said, I don't remember everything. At some point, somebody shared with you that a woman had been shot, referencing Ashley Babbitt. Remember that? Yeah. And in your words, all you wanted to know was whether Pence had betrayed Trump. He says, well, the way you're answering me, the answer is no. I had many things in my head, okay? When you heard that she'd been shot, all you said was, all you wanted to know was whether Pence had betrayed Trump. Now he's showing the witness audio from another video. He says, you said that they didn't say whether Pence betrayed Trump or whether the election certified. Did you say that? You said that you were insulted when the defense was asking you questions if someone suggested trying to stop the certification. You said that, didn't you? Yeah. And the certification proceedings were obstructed, weren't they? Objection sustained. You understand that Congress had to evacuate? Chorus of objections, everybody. Objections, all the defense attorneys. You understand that certification proceedings had to go into recess? It wasn't done by the Proud Boys. Was I aware it happened? Yeah, but it doesn't mean the Proud Boys did it. You knew that the vice president was evacuated. Yeah, I was aware of that. You were aware that both chambers had been evacuated. I was aware, but again, I don't know the architecture. You were aware that a whole lot of Proud Boys you marched with went inside the building? He says, no, actually, no. There were hundreds of thousands of people there, but they were not all Proud Boys. Well, I want to show you this one, objection sidebar. Do you remember Tario telling MOSD, the chat, that he was proud? Yeah. And you weren't insulted by that, were you? Him saying, okay, MFers, why would I be insulted? Feeling insulted of that proud of y'all. No answer on that. Did you quit the Proud Boys? You're wearing a Proud Boy shirt right now, aren't you? He says, no, it's not a Proud Boy shirt. It's a Fred Perry shirt. Prosecutor says, record will reflect it's a yellow polo shirt. He says, is it illegal to wear a yellow shirt? Weird prosecutor. Let the record reflect he's wearing a yellow polo. Oh my gosh. Did you have a banana for breakfast today? Let the record reflect he likes yellow fruits. Death penalty, Your Honor. Judge is like, holy moly. Can we arrest him again? So the prosecutor continues on. Objections. They go through some more exhibits. Prosecutor brings in Eddie Block, says, so Eddie Block followed the Proud Boys around that day and took video, didn't he? Yeah. And afterwards, is it fair to say that you don't think that video would clear you from all the wrongdoing? Objection, relevance, 403, misstates the evidence, sidebar. It's fair to say, says the prosecutor, that after the fact, you did not think that Eddie Block's video was going to clear you from wrongdoing. Objection again. He says, assuming I know this video is in the hands of the government, prosecutor says, just try to answer my question, okay? He says, when he was taking videos, I thought it was stupid. He said, I thought he's doxing everybody. So you're expressing negative views towards Block for taking the video? He says, yeah, of course. Huh. On January 15th, he says, you sent this message, right? Yeah. It says, from Alonzo, Crips or not, snitches get stitches. Uh-oh. Alonzo says, yeah, I thought he was a snitch. Crip means cripple. He thinks Eddie Block with the real good boy Donnie is a snitch? So he says, now here's another thought. J14, he sends another message, Alonzo. He says, that F needs to be duct taped to the National Mall and Scooter placed at the top of it. Oh, no, that's not appropriate. It's not appropriate at all. Alonzo says, yeah, I said that because he released that footage. Mulro says done. No further questions on that one. After he says he wants to duct tape Eddie and his scooter to the top of the National Mall for being potentially a Fed. In his opinion, I'm not endorsing it at all. Okay, let's continue. So the defense comes back on and they're going to rehabilitate. So we're back on the redirect. Eddie, I don't think you're a Fed if you're out there, okay? Or you're a real good boy, Donnie. Here, the redirect is from Jerry White. Okay, Mr. Feel about being attacked, government speech, and the judge is pissed. May I see counsel at sidebar? Holy moly. Wow. Defense attorney comes out. Eddie's in the house. The prosecutor said in court, I'm not a Fed, okay? Eddie is not a Fed. And in all seriousness, all right? Like, you know, we want everybody to be safe here. All right, so back to this. Prosecutor is done. Defense attorney's coming out and rehabilitating, says, all right. Mr. Alonso, how do you feel about being attacked by the government for your speech? Objection, sustained. Counsel, may I see you at sidebar? You better be careful here. Says, how do you feel about being attacked about what you wear? Your yellow banana polo insurrection shirt. Objection, sustained. Defense goes, how do you feel about being attacked about the people you hang out with? Objection, sustained. Alonso says, look, I'm proud of being a proud boy. Begins to talk about hurricane relief. He says there's a hurricane in Texas. Enrique got a whole bunch of people to go help out. We do Toys for Tots. That's why I joined the club. I'm proud to be a proud boy. We help build people up. Did you engage in any violence in the November rally? I wasn't even there. In the December rally? No. Did Enrique engage in violence in December? No. Did you use the term Coptifa? Yeah, I mean, it meant to me cops who just stood there when Antifa was attacking people. To us, those types of cops were like kind of part of Antifa. I don't see anybody doing anything to them. Judge says, strike that last sentence. Get rid of it. So Judge Jared Weiss says, did Enrique ever use the term Coptifa? Might have. I don't know. At what time did we meet last night? 1 a.m. Why? Well, you had to pick up Mr. Hassan from the airport. Defense shows him the cell phone. Did you send any messages between us? He says, yeah, I sent the airport address 5 minutes away. I said, good morning. Are you in the courthouse yet? I'm in the cafeteria. Are those the only messages between us? Yeah. You ever been to the FBI Academy? No. You ever practiced testifying in court? No. When I went to meet you, did I show up with armed FBI agents? No. Did I knock down your door and conduct a search house? Threat charges? Sustained. Turn you into an informant. Did we ever meet 10 or 12 times to get you to say what I wanted? Objection sustained. So Jared Weiss is just burning the place down at this point. You see all these sustains here, all these objections, sustains. He's just burning it down. He doesn't even care. He's like, we have no witnesses. We can't even talk about our informants. I don't even care. Do you feel good being attacked about your shirt? You feel good about being attacked by your speech? Objection, objection, objection. Doesn't even care. They raid your house, threaten you with charges. We meet 10 times to get you to say whatever I want you to say, like the government did with their witnesses. Objection sustained. Did I ever lie to you to get what I wanted, like their informant did or that their agents did? Objection sustained. He doesn't care. He says, changes. So when you call a chat a croqueta wars, what does croqueta wars mean? Are you going to start an invasion over croqueta, Cuban pastries? He said, it's a satire. We always went to a restaurant to have croquetas. It was just guys being guys. Croqueta wars is stupid. It's just stupid. Do you have the same phone number and account ever since January 6th? Yeah. Has the FBI ever asked you for access to your phone? No. They never tried to find out the truth from you, have they? They never wanted to speak to you about any of this, have they? No. Never spoke to an FBI agent in my life. Lucky. The men and women around you on J6, were they making their own decisions that day? Objection. Were you aware of some sort of mass hysteria where people weren't in control of their minds? No. Well, why didn't you go inside the Capitol on January 6th? Because of the things I was seeing. I mean, too many things were not normal. There was something screwy going on. At one side, I was watching police point a gun at me, and then I look 50 yards away, see police motioning police to come in. I'm thinking, how the heck did people get there so quickly? It was very cold. A lot of us were tired. So I waited for the other guys to come find us. We left while it was still daylight out. While you were hanging back, did you know police officers had been hurt? He says, well, there was a lot of chatter. Police were throwing bombs and I see police officers get hurt. Did I hear things? Yeah. Do you think officers deserve to be hurt on January 6th? No, they deserve to be hurt. Did you tell the truth, nothing but the truth today? Yes. He said, all right, we're done here. Further questions on judges not using the jury today. Finishes the jury. Don't talk to the media. Don't watch the media. And we have a sidebar. Now, the jury is excused. Steve Woodward sitting on the bench inside the bar on sidebar phone. They'll be talking about a client and a next witness. Long sidebar finishes. Prosecutor chimes in. He says, Your Honor, when we went under seal the second time, I'd moved to have that released to the parties. Also, good, we get to see something unsealed. Also, I'd like representations from parties as to the witnesses we can anticipate tomorrow on Wednesday because of the 36-hour notice rule. Carmen Hernandez, for Zach Reel, chimes in, says there were questions about whether Alonzo was still a Proud Boy or not. The Proud Boys is not an outlawed organization. It's a violation of the First Amendment. You objected. I overruled the objection. She says, but I don't think I explained the basis. He says, great, I understood the basis. You explained it now. Still overruled. Judge was impeaching in that he'd said that he would have had disassociated himself from any plan, and then obviously he didn't. He was still a Proud Boy. Hernandez is saying, yeah, but that's fine. Like, that's fine, but we didn't get adequate notice of their exhibits. And the judge is saying, I don't care whatever you want to argue about. Just tell me who your witnesses are. Perfect. Carmen says, what, for tomorrow and Wednesday? So tomorrow we've got Mr. Finley, a sergeant from the Capitol Police. Ooh. Miss Reel, maybe Zach's mom or relative. Demetrius Robbins, Anthony Gouffre, government many times the witnesses on us. And they get into a fight here. I don't know what this is. Judge says, we're done talking about it. We're done. We're done. Don't know what that is. We'll have to see what that is. Carmen Hernandez. Oh, look at this. Your Honor, we're calling this person. We're calling this person. And my guess is they say for tomorrow and Wednesday. My guess is what's happening here is Carmen Hernandez is disclosing these people. We want Real. We want Demetrius. We want Anthony. Government is saying, sorry, Judge, it's a 36-hour rule. She didn't disclose those people for tomorrow. And so tomorrow, if there's anybody new on this list, they're not allowed to testify because it's not disclosed. But I've totally, says the government has done this many times. They've dumped witnesses on us. And so I'm disclosing these people to you. And now these are my witnesses. And the judge is probably telling her no. Says, we're done talking about it, okay? We're done. We're done. Carmen Hernandez says, Your Honor, but judge. The judge says, sit down. Sit down, Carmen. Sit down. Third time. 3 times. Carmen Hernandez is, Judge says, Miss Hernandez, I'm amazed. People think this is the way to comport yourself in court. I'm flabbergasted, says the judge. Dan Hull chimes in, says, we're in an enviable position of having witnesses who could go on tomorrow. Hull is attorney big. Hernandez says, Your Honor, I'd like to correct the record, okay? This morning, I spoke to the prosecutor Ballantine. We're acting collegially. I've been giving them the list of my witnesses since last week. This prosecutor, McCullough, is misrepresenting to the court that I didn't give him the list. I did give him the list. He likes to get the court riled up about the defense. It's unprofessional. Don't blame me for this. Blame them. Defense for Biggs, Norm Pat chimes in. He says, Your Honor, when do we adjourn tomorrow? 5 p.m. hard stop. What about Friday? Judge says we have a half day on Friday. Root says, well, Mr. Pizzola and his lawyers have no idea what happened during the last 25 minutes. There aren't enough phones in the courtroom, and a defendant needed one. Judge says, well, if I'd known, we could have tried to make an adjustment, but you'll get a transcript promptly. Now, recessing tomorrow until 9 a.m. Hope to see you tomorrow. Get out of my courtroom, Carmen. So that, my friends, is day 44 of the Proud Boys trial. Courtesy of our friend Roger Parloff. If you're not already following Roger Parloff, please be sure to do that. We're very grateful for his live tweet threads that allow us to piece together what is going on. But boy, oh boy, what another doozy that was. We have a situation where every single confidential human source seems to be being excused from the trial. Don't get to ask many questions about them. Judge is very unhappy with Carmen Hernandez. And trial will continue tomorrow. We'll see with what witnesses. Only time will tell. But that, my friends, is it for us on the day. We covered some good ground today. Proud Boys trial 44. FBI informant Jen Lowe was also not called. We don't get to hear anything about it. We checked in on the Douglas Mackey case. In fact, let's check in and see if there was any minute entry updates. No, nothing on that one either. So that is it for us today, but we'll see if there's a verdict tomorrow in the Douglas Mackey trial, the illegal meme trial, and what's happening there, because the DOJ continues unabated and will continue to follow. But that, my friends, is it for us on the day. Let's turn our attention over to you and see what you have to say about this. Over from our friends on Rumble, on Locals, on YouTube. Who is in the house on this beautiful, beautiful day? Hey, Waldo the Lost is here. Waldo the Lost in the house says, whew, we're all safer. They finally caught that memer. I know, I was waking up in cold sweats like Adam Kinzinger and like Liz Cheney, wondering if we were all going to die one day. Thank you, Waldo the Lost. The memer is caught. Hey, Fred Pedamonte is here. He says, Rob, Johnny said, dude, you spend $30 a week on super chats to this jerk? Ask how do we get one of those free memberships? Johnny asked, not me. Fred, Locals. Come on over to Locals, Fred. I can't give away, so tell Johnny this, all right? I know, Johnny asked, I know it's not for you, Fred. But over on Locals, come say hello over on Locals. Actually, Fred, I got your email. I'll take care of that. You don't have to do anything. I've already got it taken care of. I'll make that happen. But it's over on Locals. I can't give out anything free on YouTube. They don't allow me to do that. Why? Because they're YouTube punks. But yeah, it's a lot. That's a pretty hefty there. That's a pretty hefty tab there. $30 a week. Yeah, I mean, it's like a bill. It's like a cable bill or something. Anyways, so we're appreciative of that. I mean, you know, Johnny has a point on a couple things. One, it is expensive. Two, I am a jerk. And I haven't offered you a free membership yet. So, yeah, I guess Johnny's right. Valid comment. Great comment. He's really smart, I told you. What's his IQ, like 180? I can't even keep up with him. Anyways, good to see you, Fred. I'll take care of it. I'll send you an email later. I'll make a memory of that. Eddie is in the house. Eddie Block says, I got my fourth when Antifa swung on me. That's the fourth degree. Hit me in the face. I knocked him out. Again, protecting a woman when Antifa hit me with the chain, all on video. It sounds like it was a clear-cut case of self-defense to me. And I'm glad that you survived that well. And I'm glad that you protected the honor of a woman who was being violently assaulted by maniacs. Shout out to Eddie Block Films. And by the way, if you're not already subscribed over to Eddie Block's channel, you should be, because he's got great content over there. We played a little bit of it here. Good to see you, Eddie. And again, hopefully you're traveling safe, man. I know it's a big stressful thing to go and testify at a trial, and so hopefully you are settling in after the off ramp of this thing. But I know that the justice system, and we are grateful for you making the effort to go and testify, the defense team as well. So thank you for your contributions. Here we had another one from, thank you, Eddie. K. Bean says, congrats to Atari, his 13th year as an informant. It's amazing. I know. It's like, is that a Guinness Book of World Records or something? 13th years, and they're all informants, KB. It's like 4 out of the 5 were informants. Enrique Tarrio was an informant, then he was picked up by an informant. Then he apparently conducted an insurrection with a bunch of informants. It's insane. Eddie says, making Donnie is a good boy shirts with a photo from the witness stand. Robert, send me a message and I'll send you one for free. Hey, Eddie, I'll pay for one, brother. You don't have to send me one for free, man. You launch them. We'll plug them here on the show, man. We'll do that. Donnie is a good boy. And we'd love to support you. I'll pay for one, man. And you don't have to send me one for free. We'll put them up on your channel and we'll send over, we'll plug it here for you and for us, right? And I'll buy one personally because I want one. He is a good boy, man. He's doing real good boy work over there. And we're glad that he was able to join you. Super fun. Yeah, and Eddie's in the chat, so you can just hear. There he is. Good. All right. So we're going to do a refresh over here. And we got Snuggle Struggles over on YouTube. Says, good to see people exposing just how vindictive those in power have become. The hypocrisy is palpable. Hoping to see you on a Ricada show in the future. Best wishes. Yeah, I'm going to reach out to Nick. I'd love to talk. He sort of goes later. He's like sort of a late night show. And I'm like, kind of in bed by 9 o'clock usually. But we'll make it happen. I love talking to Nick. I think we've talked a couple times, and he's great. I mean, I watch Nick's stuff. I think he's great. So I'd love to talk to him again, and we'll get that set up. But thank you, Snuggle Struggle. It is vindictive. It's kind of gross. It's almost, I think Eddie's in the chat. I was kind of wondering about the, maybe we'll have to talk about this, but kind of the prosecutors. I wanted to know what their body language looked like when they were taking pictures with the real good boy Donnie, because to me they seem so viscerally, animated against these J6 cases. So for them to go take a picture with a Donald J. Trump dog, to me, like, I understand on the one side of the spectrum, it's a nice, it's a good boy and you want to take a picture with the dog. On the other side, part of me thinks that they might want this as sort of a trophy, sort of a scalp that they can hang up in their offices and look at like they accomplished something, just kind of this darkness to it a little bit. And I just sort of feel it. I don't know how else they can just crap all over the justice system this way and think it's appropriate to do what they do. It's reprehensible. It makes my stomach turn a little bit. I mean, I didn't recognize that it was so political, I guess, there. Honestly, I thought today we'd hear some about the FBI informant stuff. A little bit. Didn't hear any of it. Dolphin fan says, Rob, seriously, what would you have done or feel if you were defending this case? Probably Carmen Hernandez. I mean, of all the defense attorneys here who stand out, I'm kind of most like animal is Carmen Hernandez. She's outraged. I probably would be scolded by the judge. I probably would be, just exploding with rage. But I'm also very, very composed in those moments. Like I wouldn't blow a gasket to wreck the case, but I would be very animated, no doubt. What would you do different? I mean, I think what they've been doing has been very good. It's to try to show that there is a broader conspiracy that they were not, that in other words, they were not a part of a conspiracy in the first place, but there is a broader conspiracy. And you have to crack that shell to show, or to get any information about these informants in. The judge is not allowing anything in. So, in other words, I don't think there's anything you could do differently. These defense attorneys have two hands tied behind their back, plus both their legs, and they've got duct tape over their mouths. The judge just says, sit there and shut up and don't say anything. So I don't know that there's much else that you can do. I think they're making their record very clearly. I think that a very strong, articulate record is critical. They're going to be appealing all of these issues. And I'm not sure where it's going to go. I know that Carmen Hernandez has said that she wanted to talk to the Attorney General. More will be revealed, but this case has been one of those that really feels like they are driving towards an outcome. And how you can say that a bunch of potential co-conspirators who are FBI informants are not relevant to the conversation in the trial when they were like in the position of being co-conspirators potentially. Yeah, it's outrageous. I think it's disgusting, and we'll continue to follow it, see what happens. I think there will need to be some serious changes in the structure of the makeup of the government, in Congress, and the executive branch before we start seeing major corrections of the type we need in DC. But I'm with you, Dolphin fan. Outrageous. And
look, you can angle this a little bit at yourself. Bam! Now, okay, there you go. So you can do yourself. Yeah. Bam! What's up, YouTube? It's Abel's birthday. Abel has been hanging out with me all day long.
Yes.
We've been shopping.
Yes.
Dad went to work for a while, and I might have taken everybody to Denver again. We don't need to talk about that. But we were in Denver, right? So, you know, I got to work and had a successful day at work, which is awesome. I wanted to come and tell you guys that we were going to do that. You know, and then we have the boy. The boy. You hold it. Hold it. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Oh, you're getting there, bro. Alright, so.
It's already 12 watching.
Oh, okay, so because it's the birthday, and we've been. There's a method to the madness. Okay? So, we've been hanging out all day long. We're just having fun. Okay, minus my work, right? I'm not gonna do that, whatever. But because it's his birthday, we're taking it tough. I'm like, hey man, wanna go get some McDonald's, hunt for some Pokemon. I'm like, we can go to King Supers, get some stuff there too, bro. What's up, Shiva? Justin, here, look, there we go. There's his mom. His mom's here, we can keep going. So, yeah, she's an happy birthday. Yeah. So, I'm gonna show you guys a video of what somebody else pranked me, okay? Of what somebody else said to me. Well, no. That happened.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you guys to see all of the reaction from the 11-year-old. Because, oh boy. Now, this is in news today. Okay? We're just commenting on things that we've seen on the internet. With that said, everybody check this out.
When I tried to follow Tommy into the store again to that Supers. So we need the time, so on and so forth. So that's why it's on later.
Okay, so what happened when we got to King Supers school?
Rex's sidekick, Tommy, or like roommate,
Got fired.
started yelling at me.
Like yelling at you or yelling at you? So this registered pedophile's roommate's just yelling at you in the parking lot?
Yeah.
And did you hear what he said to you?
No.
He was yelling obscenities. Okay. And did we have any video of this?
Yes.
Yeah? What do you think? You guys think we had some video of this? You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead, get that one. Hey, will you put the cap on there? Abel, where are we? And was the man in the red van just talking to you? Yeah? Is he an idiot? So, this is Tommy that was just yelling at my son in the King Supers parking lot. Now, I don't know if it looked like we were... Did it look like we were following Tommy into the store?
No.
No.
Some casual shopping.
For some stuff. Okay. So, such a troll. You're a troll. That's such a setup. So, Billboard time. Reverend Kelly, if you guys want to pitch down on a billboard, I'm down to get a billboard. We can get it coming into us in from Wellington, so they have to look at it every single time they come out from that property. It'll be funny. So, I don't know what Rex is thinking. If he's just gonna help his weird lawsuits and I don't know. But Abel, did we follow Tommy? Did I go within 25 feet of Tommy? Did I yell at Tommy? Did I tell Tommy to stop talking?
Yes.
Did I tell Tommy not to talk to me?
Yes.
And do we have it all on King Super's camera?
Yes.
Oh shit, balls.
My dad is trying to after you all. So is us.
So he's trying to go after me and via my son, okay? Because that's the kind of game that these child predators play. Alright? And so on my son's birthday, this failed child predator saw me with my son in public and decided not to engage me in front of my son because not only was that okay, you know what I mean? But bam, bro. There you go. So, his birthday is fucking failed child predator. Yeah, he's out here yelling at her, making her feel uncomfortable in public. Just on some next level crap. And so what did I do? I went in and oh man, security. You know what I mean? I was on some like, hey guys, this just happened. It's on your cameras. I'm like, I don't think that this is safe. Can you guys take a look at it? So now, Tommy can't do it. I can't do it either. Well,
Thanks, Kelly.
so, we're just hanging out. Rex, stop throwing your little weird lies out. Do not involve my children in your nonsense. It's not okay. And Tommy, you are not ever, because I know you two are watching this, okay? You are not ever welcome to talk to my children in any way, shape, or form. Stay away from them. Do not approach them. Don't cuss them out. In fact, you've seen it. Fighting words. You know what fighting words are? What are fighting words?
I'm sorry.
Fighting words are words that would make a reasonable person angry enough to fight. That's the thing. We love you too long. So, with that said, we're gonna stop beating this like a dead horse. You two stay away from my wife and my kids. Okay? We're gonna take these weird YouTube pot shots, whatever. Start coming around my wife and my kids, yelling at them in public. Okay. Anyone involved that I can. Moving. How's your birthday, dude? What you do?
Like to go like to go to the store. I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds good. Good birthday. Get McDonald's.
Sadly, I couldn't like the
He smashed his coat when I went around the turn.
so I just don't have one of those.
Yeah. So I gave him mine. I was stealing it. What else did you do today?
So just a bit great.
Yeah. No. It took him a second. He had to read it. Normally it's like, hey, we might talk about this, we might not. It is a pretty cool birthday, isn't it? Dad goes to work, we take everybody to Denver. It's pretty cool. We had a good time. Now we're gonna go in, hang out, Get ready for Dad's early schedule. It'll be a good time. It'll be an awesome time. And your new shoes.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool. They're super. The part of me wants to practice that. I just hope you don't have to take a ride for it. I have zero plans.
Thank you, Andrew.
So Andy, it's Mini Mr. 303's birthday. We appreciate your support. So, what you gonna do, Screw? I have zero intention on hurting anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. But this is gonna become more funny. Okay? No, Andy, you're all good. I just wanted to make sure. So, what you gonna do, Screw? This is gonna become way super more funny. Okay? There's some things that I've been telling everybody that is trolling, but 90-something% of it's true. So, when everybody figures out the other 10% that my 11-year-old might give me 2 seconds, we'll go right back over it. So once everybody figures out the other 11%, you guys are gonna love it. It's amazing, okay? Like, you cannot be troll level 1303 Mini 303, can you? No, you can't do it. Okay, Mike, check this shit out. Hold on, buddy. We're gonna play this video again for you. Here we go. This is Rex's description of what happened today at King Super.
Mike tried to follow Tommy into the store again today at Supers. So we need the time, said and so forth, so that's why it's on later.
So Rex went live just to get the time that we followed Tommy. Me and my 11-year-old apparently were following this failed child kidnapper to a local grocery store. Let's see what happened. Hey, will you put the cap on that? Abel, where are we? And was the man in the red van just talking to you? Yeah? Is he an idiot? So, this is Tommy that was just yelling at my son in the King Supers parking lot. Bam! So that's what really happened. We didn't follow Tommy. We weren't there for Tommy. I was there to hang out with my son. Shiva, thanks for being here, man. You're one of the old-time guys. You already know. We were making something pretty cool out there, but he got too crazy. There's some of us that chill out with him. It's pretty creepy. It's pretty creepy. I have shown a lot of restraint so far. That's going to continue to be what it looks like. A lot of restraint. Because I'm not that guy. And technically I've pissed in these guys' Wheaties. And that other 10% I haven't told you guys that's just trolling that he knows that you don't know yet. You guys gotta wait for it because it's how good And if he says it's hilarious, then imagine how funny you guys are. Yeah. Go back to that. Thank you, son. Thank you for your help. Good video. I'll be there in a second. Bye-bye. What's up, everybody? So, I decided that we would send him back in. Now that my son's inside, if any of you trolls want to, comment or say anything, this is the start of me actually caring about. There's still a few of us OGs still hanging out with you guys. I know, Blue Eyes. I know it. I am aware that you guys are amazing. This channel's changed and gone from one thing to another. You guys have rocked it with me. I'd like to think I'm doing more healthy stuff, to be honest, right? Like, I still haven't done anything wrong. It's just hilarious. Adult Swim! So, there's that. You guys already know these two are a little crazy. Not much that we can do about that. So, work is successful. My family is successful. While these two were trying to make it look like we followed them into a King Super, me and my kid were running around doing Pokemon Go for a couple hours. My kid had my phone. So, like, I didn't even care enough to take the phone and go live. So, where this would have just been a work update, these two had to freak out after I got out of work. So, what's up, Richard? How's it going? So, thanks to all you guys, I have successfully been able to get this job. I have successfully been able to get all my gear. And we appreciate each and every one of you guys showing me support, my family support, this channel support. You guys are all awesome. So, wanted to come up with you kind of an update. It added a little spiciness to the update, because otherwise it would have just been lame. So, but ultimately I would have done a lame update. I was planning on it. Now I gotta wait to tell you guys other things. Gotta do it a little bit at a time, so everybody's brain can process. So, anybody got questions? Anybody want to say anything else? We can talk about stuff for a second. Happy birthday, Abel. I'm sorry you had that experience today. It sounds like you handled yourself well. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hi, Mom and Dad. What's up, Max? Thanks for being here. Abel actually thought it was pretty funny. Abel knows that if people were to go left on him in public, that they wouldn't make it very far. And he knows why and how I would deal with that. So he was more on some like, what is this guy doing? He's just asking to get beat up. And, you know, then I had to tell him who he was. And that's when Abel really thought it was hilarious. He's like, oh, this guy's an idiot. Can't knock it if it's true, huh? Can't knock it if it's true. So, moving forward, y'all want to show the channel some extra love, make sure you hit that like. If you're not subscribed yet, subscribe. Adults should never interact with children like that. Ever. You were right. 100%. As a father, you know what I mean? And a parent in general, you know, because I'm sure this is for all parents if it happened. You'd be super heated. But in the moment, because of the way I'm dressed every day, especially right now, part of the oncoming joke, y'all can figure it out. Oh, they can do it. But I'm dressed a certain way. My camo hoodie right now. And so I couldn't just respond like a father who was pissed off about it. What would keep me from doing that? Would you ask? It's another video. So, any other questions? Everybody kind of caught up. I don't really like jumping on the restraining order train, but if I see these cats around with my wife or my children, ever again, ever, we're gonna file a restraining order. I would show you guys how to get a restraining order. Restraining order. We'll have Cheeky Monkey record it and stream it. It'll be amazing. So, everybody smash that like button. If you disagree with me for what I'm doing, thumbs down. It's all good. I appreciate you being here. Thanks, everybody. For everybody that's done super chats or hit any other links to support, we super appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. I'm going to be doing more comments that we wanted to put out for people and things and whatever. Just been busy. And it is a sad world that we're living in. You know what I mean? I want to see all my people happy and successful. So, come jump on my boat. Be my people. Let's all be happy and successful together. Starts with our attitude. So, if you guys like Sports Kettle, make sure you hit that like and share. Wait out for another one, because we're coming with videos. We're going to keep doing them with Abel. It's his birthday week. So, a week of a birthday instead of a day. So, each and every one of you guys is awesome. Thank you guys all for being here, hanging out, being on the side of the street together.
Hello and welcome. I'm Lauren Pritchard doing this Monday evening stream. This one is called As Below, So Above. Inverted world, they say, oh, as above, so below. How the fuck do we know what's going on above? Because it's actually supposed to be as below, so above. And if you take that principle, as below, so above. Oh, my dog wants to go outside. Hold on. Sorry, she like just asked me to go out, and then as I let her out, she comes back, you know, knocking at the door after like 30 seconds. And I was like, what the hell? And then she came in to get her bone. Wanted to go back out. She's getting smarter. She's growing up. She's like 7 months old now. So they find their ways of communicating. She's getting good at it. My Great Pyrenees, Athena. So, I do think that America is going to be invaded because as below, so above. If you look at just it's like the prison planet nature of like America and, you know, slavery, and they don't like British. They don't want the Brits here, you know, they kicked James Michael out of the country, don't want him back in the country. Legally, he can do whatever he wants within due timing. So America will be invaded unless there's some kind of peace treaty, and that is going to be a Mark of the Beast system. The rollout of the Mark of the Beast system. I'm optimistic. Listen, it's not going to be our Antichrist, no matter who it is. Not my Antichrist, you know? When you follow Christ and you're like, oh, the Antichrist, not my Antichrist. Someone else's Antichrist. Not mine. So, that could happen. But yeah, I don't really have much to say. Frankly, I'm fucking pissed off. I'm like, fuck America. I'm like, fuck this place. And I think that's where everyone else is at, because like, people aren't producing a lot of content. Even church on Sunday was like understated. You know, I feel like everyone's just like, fuck this. It's not just me. I see it everywhere. There's like nothing left to say. Fuck this. Should probably edit this for language. Oh, I don't think I can do it while I'm streaming. Yes, I can. Bad language. Okay, edited. I mean, could this really be it? Tomorrow I have to go in to state my case about... It's like when God has convicted you of something, or God gives you his convictions, and you lean into those convictions, he then gives you the eyes to see and the ears to hear. And you can't feed a baby a steak, right? So over the course of a week, because it was just last week I went into the first meeting about this road closure. It's a surveillance state of the construction industrial complex is what it really is. It's a massive invasion of privacy is what it really is. Yeah, close down my fucking roads so no one else can come down here, yet park your trucks 8 feet outside my bedroom window, kick rocks. And God had me convicted that I should go to this meeting. And then it was, the reasoning was the flood. And God had me convicted, this area doesn't flood. And then you lean into the convictions that God gives you, and he gives you the eyes to see and the ears to hear. He brings you all the resources and people and community and just whatever you need to serve his will. So it's been unraveling as the week has gone on. And I've had quite an ego death about it, because the initial reaction is like, these fucking psychopaths, right? Like, we're like, fuck them. Like, when do they die, right? Like, when do they get separated from us? We can't live in harmony, right? We just can't live like this anymore. You know, unless people start standing up like myself, start speaking out. And I guess Satan can sabotage, but you know what? That's, it's gonna be more like his sabotage. I have a new understanding of like spiritual attacks. Any spiritual attack on, I mean, I'm like a very seasoned veteran, militant Christian. Any spiritual attack on me is not actually an attack on me. It's like an attack on whoever's stupid enough to go against the will of God and me, God's people. It reminds me of, you know, it's so funny, I like strongly identify with Trinity, that character from The Matrix, specifically in the beginning, where these guys, there's like two groups of bad guys that are like meeting outside a building that she's apparently in, and one group of bad guy go to the other group of bad guy like, oh, it's okay, like we already sent our guys in to get him, and the other bad guy was like, you did? You're like, he's like, they're already dead. Nobody can send anyone in to kill Trinity. They're already dead. So I like strongly identify with that scene. Yeah, you come after a seasoned veteran for God, it's gonna be a KO to you. It's gonna be a knockout to you. And you know, I've had such an ego death over this week over this you know, this road closure, because you know, your initial reaction is obviously like, you know, these psychos, like we're so sick of these psychopaths. But then you realize, like, you have a job to do. You have to convince these judges that are operating in the world of psychopaths, and you know, they're swayed by psychopaths. So you're like, okay, you have to begin to like break down the emotional response and let God build up the logical response, which, you know, bringing me all the resources to you know, deal with this with ease. And I'm gonna quite enjoy it, actually. At first, you know, it kind of seems like a tizzy, and you're all heated, and your ego and your, you know, emotion. But, you know, I'm really quite relaxed now, and I think I'm going to enjoy this. And it'll be interesting to see what happens, because so long as people are obedient to God's will, so long as God's will continues, but God's will, like, is the only option. So once people start standing up but for God's will, like, once people start following the convictions that God gives us, you know, buys the world mercy. It's a really good thing. Instead of just sitting in stagnance, which is what the enemy would like you to do, they would like you to fall for all the manipulation tactics, like, oh, it's already a done deal, and do you have any questions I can answer about my project that I'm gonna do? Or let's meet after the meeting so we can be friends, so you don't say anything so damning to my case. Not falling for it. We're given like sharper eyes and ears to hear the tactics of the enemy before it even happens and as it's happening. So God's will be done. I've channeled this event as like a sabotage, and it's just a circumvention. It's basically Satan's sabotage of himself. I don't know if he knows that, but you know, it's just again, like back to that scene. They're like, oh, we already sent our guys in there to get her. And they're like, they're already dead. They're already dead then. You don't go after God's will or God's people. You'll just kill yourself. You'll destroy yourself. And I feel like, you know, it's funny because they used to rely on us getting all emotional and like freaking out, because they did send in a group of people to like stand outside my door with their yellow vests, like to try and like get me to react, freak out. They had a police car like parked down the street. They've already done their like tactics to do what they traditionally do, which is like to paint you as some kind of crazy person. So it's really funny now because I feel like as the tables are turning, I feel like these people are gonna lose their fucking minds. Like they're gonna get crazy because I don't think they've ever seen it before. You know, I was kind of laughing at the shit-eating grin that this engineer had on his face. And one of my clients pointed out, they're like, he's probably never had anybody go against his plans. And that was really profound and probably true. I got like angry white woman syndrome for God. Like I'm, you know, angry white woman. So sick of these, you know, Jewy little bastards. He's very Jewy. Looks like a Bush clone. Looks like George Bush. And it's criminal. I mean, what they do is absolutely criminal. And it's so it's going to be so easy to express that to the judges without even having to like quote unquote try and convince them they're criminal, because you're initially like, this is psychotic, this is criminal, but I don't even have to do that, right? We don't have to like try and convince anyone. I'm just going to simply state the facts as God led me to throughout the week, brought me all the resources that I needed. So it doesn't actually feel like a massive undertaking. I think it's going to be quite pleasurable. I think it's going to be really fun. Yeah, you're asking for trouble, especially when you go after one who's wearing the armor of God. You'll just turn them into a loser. Yeah, and you know, they are used to just making us freak out, right? Making us go hysterical, making us, like, our emotions get the best of us. And that is, I've learned not to do that. You know, back in the day, I used to, obviously get super mad, but now it's different. They still try though, because they're used to just like making women go like hysterical and mad and crazy, and then you know, make them look crazy. But you know, jig is up, because we're more emotion people, right? They're psychopaths because they don't have emotion. Their only emotion is control and power, positive, or a loss of control and power, negative, right? Like they're either like hot or cold. What's up, Rage? Thank goodness you named the nose. Yeah, the little Jewy bastards. It's funny because I was like showing my clients this guy's picture because I'm like, dude, I don't think these people are human. Like, I am convicted they're not, but I just think it's funny to like point this stuff out to other people. I'm like, dude, I don't think these people are human. And like, let me see a picture. I want to see a picture. So I've been like showing people this guy's picture, and they're like, you know, a human's reaction to like a non-human looking guy, you're like, I don't like that guy's face. Woodward TV made a little clip, maybe on here, he definitely put it on his Instagram, how I think it was actually AI. How AI is like, what do you call it? It's programmed for facial recognition, and considering the singularity, like human beings are getting more keen on facial recognition. And I've started developing, this little spidey sense just from, taking down pedophiles, witches, Satanists, nasty, crazy people. You really do like, because, I kind of like went into their world. I was like around them. You do learn their mannerisms, their faces. Don't trust bitches that look like Queen Elizabeth. Even the Clintons look a lot like Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. They look a lot like the Queen. Don't trust bitches that look like the Queen or the Clintons. And that's just one extreme. Like, at the very least, you can start there. But yeah, you know what? You certainly do begin to pick up, because it's not just the feature itself. It's the environment, what they're doing, how they're acting towards you. It's a variety of things. So it's not just the facial recognition. But it's funny because they do and say and act the way they do, and then you're like, and you have that nose I don't trust. Like, you got that chin I don't trust. Like, oh, they have that feature that my brain is like, no, we don't trust that feature. Or like it's like, it's a telltale, it's like a giveaway. It's just more data for danger. Like, that one is danger. Not for us, danger if they come at us. We want them out of our arena though. Like, fuck all the way off. America invaded. That America. There's two types of America. It's America the whore, which is all these fucking people. And then there's America the pioneer spirit, which are all the people, it's like that strong survivor spirit of people who have escaped persecution and are survivors. So, yeah, America the whore to be invaded by America the survivors already here. And, as below, so above, probably gonna be kind of alien. Oh yes, Rage says the tides will turn. Their crazy tactics on us will be uncontrollable for them. Oopsies. Yeah, I think, because God's will be done, this project is going to be somehow squashed. And, I was like, will this guy just, like, lose his fucking mind and just, like, try to come at me with like a knife or something? You already dead. Yo, you already dead at that point. But I don't think they've ever seen it. Like, I don't think they've ever seen this type of response to their insanity. And this stuff really matters to them, right? Because these are the big ones. These are the big jobs, operations, surveillance state. These are like the big, there is like a possibility that it is because I am here. It's a possibility. I'm not ruling out as a possibility that the whole reason why this enemy spirit is trying to do this is because I'm here. It's putting a surveillance state on me. We already have a surveillance state with the technology, but it's like a greater surveillance state because now they can see every time I come and go, and anyone who comes and goes. It's just like another level of surveillance, and I'm sick of living in this prison planet. I feel like a prisoner in this country without James Michael here. I feel like a complete prisoner without him, and without the fact that like he can even come into this country legally. It makes me feel like I am just like America burn, like absolutely burn, as below, so above. Invasion, or some miraculous form of teamwork. But I don't know, this is a big one. It's lots of money involved, right? Because they really are like about that money. Tons of money involved, tons of control, tons of power. you know, tons of workers, tons of jobs. This is a huge, huge project that I'm putting a stop to. And they might just lose their fucking minds and sabotage, right? The enemy spirit. This is a big one, but it's God's will. And if they go against God's will, they've already lost. They've already lost. They've already killed themselves. It's a done, because it's already a done deal. Anyone else see the cold beer show about you last night? Cold beer? I don't know what you're talking about. Cold beer confession? Sounds good. If it's about the beer industry, that sounds like probably a pretty good show. Especially years later. Years later, dude, now everyone knows. And everyone's like, yeah, she was right. Duh. They're not human. Oh my gosh, there's this really hilarious TikTok video. You might have seen it. It's like, you know, me at a party promising I won't bring up conspiracy theories. And then it's like me 5 minutes in, and it's Alex Jones. Like, there are demons. There are non-human entities. They're everywhere. And it's not shareable. I hate that. TikTok makes the best videos not shareable. And I think this is like my, I'm wondering if, because I do believe that AI, it has been recording our frequency of response. Because AI is a frequency. So when when a video really promotes a very like positive response, I think that it picks up on that. And these videos, like, it's like the most powerful videos that I've found on TikTok are unshareable. Do you ever notice that? I wonder if it's just like an algorithm because it senses how much power is in that little clip. Because and it's usually because it's also super funny, right? The, you know, wonderful tool of comedy. Terminator mode on, yeah. Had this document years ago that was supposedly an official statement released by whoever represents the Queen apologizing for her form because she turned into a dragon in front of hundreds of people. Yeah, she's something else. For sure. I'm not mad at her. I don't hate her. I'm glad she's dead. She dead. I'll make fun of her all day long. I don't hate her. She's a crazed maniac. Yeah. Barren consumption whore crazed maniac. She's a nut. And she dead. Died. Wear a cute Paris Hilton outfit. Bring Jerry in a purse. I'm gonna try to avoid any kind of crazy cat lady vibes. What other vibes? I want to try to avoid angry white woman vibes. I want to try to avoid painting this guy as a bad guy because keep in mind, you're trying to get these judges to vote no on this. And you know what I learned today? It's not the project itself. This is how criminal these people are. And this is why it has to be the way it is. Okay, these people are so criminal that they just do whatever the fuck they want. They vote on it, right? They vote on it. The people with the money, oh yeah, that sounds good. They vote on the project. So you hear the word vote and you think it's good, it's consent. No. They get to do whatever the fuck they want, okay? But what they don't get to do is close the road without permission. So it's like a new layer added to this because the guy's trying to convince me that this is down. But it's funny because in all the ways he's trying to convince me to stop or not say anything or get information out of me about what I'm gonna say or just whatever, and I'm keeping everything like very polite and respectful. He's just a psychopath, right? He's just a product of what he is, and what he is something non-human. Yeah, it's like I just have to convince these people to not let him close the road down. And if he can't close the road down, he can't do his project. And it's like trying to convince them without saying, it should be implied, but I have to be very careful not to say or not to insinuate that this dude is a psycho trash, you know, reptilian space trash, right? Whatever, he's fine. They're kind of intriguing, right? These little non-human things, like, they're kind of interesting, right? You know what's interesting? It's like evil has a lot of power, and then like good has a lot of power. So like for some reason, when you're in the presence of power, you both carry a type of power. Therefore, like, you have that strangely in common, and it strangely bonds you in a weird way. Does anyone else experience this phenomenon? I wonder if Michael Basham would get a kick out of this predicament. Like, when it's like power, evil, power. Before the veil was off of evil, it was hard to tell because all you could do is sense power, right? It was hard to tell power evil or power good. And I feel like we've been in this like sharpening moment of like, based on how people act, what they do, what they say, what they're about, what they're interested in, their mannerisms, their lifestyles, their you're finding out, oh, okay, that's power good, that's power evil, that's power positive AI, that's positive or negative AI. Because power recognizes power, but it's not always easy to see, like, evil or good. I mean, or what is it? I mean, if you are just such a multi generation of deeply inbred reptilian, all you have is a reptilian brain. And I'm intrigued by that. I'm like, okay, he's not like us, right? They're a different type of creation. So therefore, I can't like put him in my arena and then call him a psycho. No, he is only what he is. I mean, they're not like us. They're a different thing. So, I mean, even to insult, it's kind of like, you know, even like insulting Biden. It's like, why would you insult that guy? He's like hilarious. He has like a 2-inch gap between like where his hairline ends and where his hair starts. You know, it's always like flapped out like a duck butt behind his neck. I think that's hilarious. Dude loves ice cream. Like he's always looks like he just woke up from a nap and he looks like he's gonna die. Like, I don't know how you can hate Biden. He's like, how can you even put him in that arena? How can you, like, I don't know, in that regard, how can you hate anyone? How can you hate the queen? Like, she's just some kind of crazed maniac, barren consumption whore. Like, bloodthirsty, crazed maniac. That's what she is. She's not like you. They're not like us. They probably want to build a strip mall. No, they do. They do. They want to make this area commercial-ish. We're gonna destroy your home, but you can work at Supercuts. I know. Okay, Allison, yeah, you feel it's like, but this is what's so interesting. Doesn't it strangely bond you? Because after all the beer cult, like, shakedown, I, like, never felt like I felt okay. So after all that, so going after, you know, the beer industrial complex with the Satanists and all the human traffickers and taking their shit down, dismantling that, it estranged me from ordinary people. Like, my family stopped talking to me because they thought I was going to get murdered and they resented me for it. My friends stopped talking to me because they thought I was going to get murdered and they resented me for having to worry about that. So everyone stopped talking to me. So I became estranged from the ordinary person. And then after the fact, I became strangely comfortable with the people that were in these groups doing these things, or at least, you know, keeping quiet for the people they work for that were doing these things. Because it's just like they know who you are. It's like a recognition of power that is equal but polarized, and then strangely it bonds you as friends. It's very bizarre. And a phenomenon that is likely, you know, what this time is all about, you know, finding this middle ground and survival. They'll continue to, like, here's the difference though, they continue to harvest death. They continue to promote a culture of death. Why would they stop? That's what they're intended to do. That's what they're here to do. So I was saying Chris D'Elia was good, but you know what? I went to bed that night and I woke up the next day and I feel like God gave me this revelation about Chris D'Elia, the comedian. He is promoting lukewarm. So like I was feeling like he's good because he's all about like keeping the peace, you know, no racism, and like his comedy has always been pretty clean. His comedy is pretty clean, but his spell that he's casting over people is the spell of staying lukewarm. It's a lukewarm spell. And God can't do anything with a lukewarm, so he is like a dark harvester. They are like social engineers. Watching the opening acts for Chris D'Elia, I felt like these are just highly trained social engineers before they are comedians, because we're talking a huge arena, thousands of people. And so, yeah, I felt like the opening acts were there, just like I said, and also it's putting the audience under a type of hypnosis by creating a like cult mentality, a familial mentality. So I felt like the first two acts leading up to the main comedian, Chris D'Elia, they were just putting us under hypnosis. I mean, I wasn't getting under hypnosis. I left, 15 minutes into Chris's act because I don't really love, I don't like the world. Like, I don't like worldly things. I bought tickets to Journey. I bought tickets to Chris D'Elia because I was like, you know what? I really should go out and like do stuff. And then I go out and do stuff and I'm like, I don't like the world or anything in it. I really don't. I am like, do I even like, doing what I'm doing? It's easy for me to do it. Sure, it's like entertaining for the people around me, but I it's really kind of getting down to like bare bones here. I mean, all people want is like love. All I want is to be reunited with James Michael, even if that is a metaphor for a reunited state with who knows who, God knows who. We're just like nothing else in this world matters. So it's like the one thing and the only thing that I want in this world is the one thing and the only thing the devil can't have in this world. And there, at that point, he sabotages, and it's love. It is a reunion of love. It's a sacred geometry coming back together. It's the inverted being placed upright. And everything else I just could give a shit less, but I tried, I bought these tickets, I went, and I got a vibe, and I was like, okay, and then I left because I don't really care. I go out and do stuff, but it's like I don't really care. I kind of feel like Mr. Bean in like a shopping store. I'm like, I don't know, like I'm just like whatever, like pick it up, sniff it, okay, put it down, like okay, it smelled okay, look at something like okay, looks cool, or like I don't know, listen to something like well, okay. I feel like Mr. Bean, just walking around like Mr. Bean, like whatever, fucking I guess I'll just sit here. Fuck this world, man. It's biblical. You're not supposed to like the world. I don't like anything in it. Nothing. We're here for souls. We're here for the spirit. Winning souls for God, rescuing children, looking after widows and orphans, providing affordable housing for widows and orphans. Men break up with the Squid Witch. You're dating Ursula. She's wearing Little Mermaid skin and carrying her essence, but she is not Little Mermaid. She has just cloaked herself with this extremely distracting facade. Break the facade. It's like, come on, everybody. The fruits of the spirit is the only thing in this world worth a damn. And I think I'll leave it at that, y'all. Yeah, you get it. The dopamine. People are becoming purely transactional. It's really, really crazy to watch. Pure Blood, a world-sized human zoo. Yep. Wild. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'm just ready to be out. But not just be out. So long as we're here, it's the gifts of the spirit. You know? Rescue. Get those convictions. Follow God's convictions. He'll give you the eyes to see and the ears to hear. And as below, so above. You kind of look at the things that are going on below and you're like, perhaps there's an invasion coming and perhaps it's gonna be a really good thing. Yeah, these are great days. But the world sucks ass. It's good for nothing. It's the spirit. You know? Alrighty. Well, let God love you, let God keep you. Have a day that scares the devil. I sure will. I sure as hell will. And I will talk to you again really soon. Good to see you all. And newcomers, welcome newcomers. Let me try to find that podcast. Cold Beer Podcast. Justice for Jerry. I know, right? This is just Jerry's fan club. More than anything. Oh, Cat Stevens, he's so funny. Oh, you're welcome, Pure Blood. Thank you guys for bringing the good energy. It makes a huge difference in the stream. Peace out, need fish. Save Jerry's wall. Yeah, dude, save these trees. They want to tear down all these trees because they're nuts. In essence, this area has healed from flooding. It has naturally created a pond, a stream. There's another pond, and so these psychos, because this area has just healed from flooding, they're like, well, we need to go in there and dig everything up and start over to protect it from flooding. It's like funny nutty, classic. What's that called? A class act of, you know, bush reptilians of the world. Class act maneuver, subverted by God. God's will be done. So we'll see if they freak out and sabotage tomorrow. They might spark the end of the world over how angry they get. Could happen, because as below, so above. It's a micro reflecting a macro. Understand? Nah, Beach, I'm not gonna be in prison anymore. I'm not in your cage anymore. And invasion, Michael's coming back into the country. Sabotage. Day that scares the devil. All right, love y'all. Check you later.
Listen to this, the 9th installment of the Twitter Files has been released. This time, detailing how several government agencies interacted with the platform. Matt Taibbi saying, quote, the files show the FBI acting as doormen to a vast program of social media surveillance and censorship, encompassing agencies across the federal government, from the State Department to the Pentagon to the CIA. He also says that more aggressive government partners had closed Twitter's window of independence for struggling to validate their claims of foreign interference. Here to react, former acting U.S. Attorney General Matt Whitaker. Attorney General, good morning to you. Merry Christmas.
Good morning and Merry Christmas to you, Carly.
Well, the news certainly isn't stopping when it comes to these Twitter files. And now we know that it wasn't just the FBI. It was also the CIA, the Pentagon, the State Department, all had relationships with Twitter and other social media platforms as well. So what do you think the nature of these relationships were?
Well, clearly the relationship was to suppress free speech. I mean, ultimately, it was under the guise of reducing foreign influence, I guess, in American elections, especially in 2020. But you just saw the DHS, DOD, CIA, FBI, and state governments and the Democrat National Committee all had a door into Twitter that they could moderate accounts that they disagreed with or felt were too effective in communicating an opposing viewpoint to what they felt should be on the platform. And, you know, Twitter was clearly the right hand of the federal government in moderating speech.
There's an interesting Twitter back and forth that took place yesterday, and it starts with California Congressman Ted Lieu, who's a Democrat. He posted a tweet saying, Elon Musk, Matt Taibbi, and Michael Schellenberg are gaslighting you with their misleading Twitter file posts. Here's the truth. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force does threat indicators sharing with companies. That's a good thing. He also said companies decide what to do with that information. But then Matt Taibbi responded saying, Congressman, why is a Foreign Influence Task Force sending Excel spreadsheets full of joke tweets from low follower accounts in Maryland, Kentucky, and Ohio? Why does the FITF, the Foreign Influence Task Force, spend so much time reviewing domestic speech? I think that's the key question there.
You're right, Carly. That's absolutely the key question to this whole thing is why were these accounts that were, sharing jokes essentially and memes had very few followers? Why were those coming on the FBI's radar? Why was this Foreign Influence Task Force spending their time moderating speech by American people? I mean, the Supreme Court and the law is very clear. The speech is fairly broad. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater, but other than that, there is a very broad ability of Americans to speak their minds. And in this case, the FBI seemed to want to clamp down on that. And now we're seeing it wasn't just the FBI. It was all of these other agencies as well.
Yeah, that's right. And this new dump of Twitter files shows that the FBI was sending so many requests to Twitter that Twitter employees were overwhelmed by the amount of tweets that were being flagged. So now that we're getting a peek behind the curtain, what do you think? Do you think the FBI is going to back off when it comes to monitoring speech?
Well, I would guess that the FBI still feels they have an important role in foreign influence and making sure that these social media platforms aren't used to harm the United States of America. But obviously where that line is drawn, they've had a hard time and struggle with that. So I would imagine they're going to do some soul searching to make sure that they aren't infringing on Americans' rights to free speech.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to hear from the FBI director himself, Chris Wray, on where he stands on all of this. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Like I said.
Well, look who's back with us, former Deputy Independent Counsel Saul Weissenberg. Happy holidays, happy Hanukkah to you, Saul. It's good to see you.
Same to you, Liz. Good to see you.
So this story about the FBI calling the internal emails and Twitter files basically conspiracy theories. So does that mean that, Elon Musk, all the text messages, Barry Weiss, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, Li Fang, they're all conspiracy theorists?
Well, if they're conspiracy theorists, they're accurate conspiracy theorists. This is
and Twitter files, basically conspiracy theories. So does that mean that, Elon Musk, all the text messages, Barry Weiss, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, Li Fang, they're all conspiracy theorists?
Well, if they're conspiracy theorists, they're accurate conspiracy theorists. This is the most disturbing. This latest reveal by Schellenberger, the journalist, is the most disturbing of all. It really shows that the FBI is engaged in an active disinformation campaign to sway the outcome of the 2020 election. There's just no other conclusion. And what's amazing about it is they're working for an administration and they're actively seeking to undermine that administration with with false information about the Hunter Biden story. It's just shocking, and the shamelessness of these people. You know, Liz, these are some of the same people who perpetrated the Russia collusion hoax, and they're just now doing it openly. And of course, nobody in the mainstream media other than Fox is even reporting on any of this.
You know,
so it's stunning.
The FBI calls the internal emails basically the factual text messages disinformation, but the FBI won't say if it talked to the Biden campaign before the 2020 election. It won't whether get information about Biden, and it's declining to talk about and list the other social media companies that they paid Twitter nearly $3.5 million for the work it did for the FBI. So, you know, what's to your point, it is disturbing the FBI doesn't have to account to the taxpayer how they spend the taxpayer money.
There needs to be, well, you're not going to get it from this administration, and you certainly weren't going to get it from this House of Representatives, but hopefully you'll get it from the new House of Representatives, and hopefully there will be an investigation targeted to this specific point, not just Hunter Biden, but what did these people do? I mean, this is just, I don't know how you can say it other than it's a cabal, and it's a deeply corrupt cabal. There should be a thorough leadership house cleaning at the Bureau. We won't see it in this administration, but it's going to come.
The reports coming in, numerous former U.S. government intelligence agents working across Silicon Valley, Saul, former FBI officials at Twitter, former CIA agents inside and up the top ranks in almost every politically sensitive department at Meta, that's the parent of Facebook. Former CIA agents reportedly work at Google. I mean, this is stunning if this story is true.
Well, if you know how the FBI works, and to a lesser extent the CIA, the only thing different about this is that they finally infiltrated the high-tech industry. You know, for years, they did this with military contractors, and they would go to work, the retiring agents would go to work, and all kinds of hanky-panky went on. What's new about this is high-tech, and it's these media companies, and it's very dangerous.
Saul, we'll have you back on. It's great to see you. Thanks for spending time with us this Friday.
You know, I don't know what tastes like chicken, like a big, fat, old Welsh chicken, is this. You see, Tracy, Miss Tough Welsh, whatever, child stalker, was raging a few months ago and filing false DMCAs on people. And she filed 2 on me, which I countered, and they were restored. So I just get this notification today from YouTube that in accordance to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, they processed my counter notification and they restored the videos because they found her copyright claim to be false. And you want to know what she copyright claimed? I'll show you guys. Because during this time, right, you know, on her soapbox over the kind of victim she is, claiming that I was a liar, that she never stalked anyone's kids, she never stalked my children, she never stalked Forrest Jameson's children, that she was just a big old giant old victim, you know. So this is the video that I put up, and that she raged and immediately filed a DMCA on. Let's watch. So this video has been restored to my channel. And of course I have it, like, it is private right now, but we're going to go ahead and go through this video because Tracy went to such great lengths for people not to see this because, well, she wants you all to believe that she's the victim and that she's never done anything wrong, that everybody's targeted her and all that. And it's just, and she's the moral majority and everybody should listen to her because she's Miss Morals over there. Let's go ahead. You know, she's got actually standing up on a footstool, like, you know, sponging the sweat beads from her forehead, and her stand-in over there, Emily, wiping the tears with a bunch of tissues. It's hilarious the way you guys do. It's funny, really funny. Let's go ahead and watch this. Okay, so nobody can deny here that this indeed is Cheryl Gamble, Kiss and Excellence. Her voice, her face. There you go. Now, this is why she wanted this off YouTube so bad that she filed a copyright.
Okay. Now, when I returned this time round, I did state that A, I'm not following the Whhhhaaaat, which is...
Okay, then when she returned this time around, she never left. This woman has no life. This is what she's been doing for 13 years. Stalking people's families and stalking people's children. So here she goes. Let's listen. And she's saying right now, for all the shit that she tries to give the boohoo effect, she's stating here, boohoo effect has morals and he doesn't target children. She's saying this out of her own mouth because he took issue with the fact that she was going after my children and she was going after Forrest Jameson's children. As a matter of fact, to the point that he was so uncomfortable with it that he said, I can't stand with you publicly because this is what you're doing. Of course, she didn't rage offhand. She just teamed up with Great American Mom at the time, and the two of them were working together. Now, I have no issues with Great American Mom. Great American Mom and I are not in a bad place. The difference between Great American Mom and Tracy is that Great American Mom owns what she did. She's been very forthcoming and honest about everything, whereas Tracy still won't take accountability for the fact that she targeted my family, she stalked my children, and she put out porn of another woman, Natasha Gebbia, and tried to say it was me. Let's go on.
A major part of why I have to back down a lot into these fights is because Boohoo Effect would never condone stalking families, even if...
There you go. Boohoo Effect would never condone stalking families. Yeah, that's true.
Your family is being stalked, but Boohoo Effect hasn't been in that position.
No, Boohoo hasn't been in that position, although you're falsely accusing him of being someone he's not, and you put out pictures of that person's child. I think it was his, I don't know, I think it was Braden Landon's brother or something. You put pictures of that guy's kid out or something. You did do that, Tracy. So you have targeted my family. You targeted Forrest Jameson's family. You have targeted Annie White's family. You have targeted so many people's families, Tracy, over the years. People you false dogs like Mindy Ward and her family, Abe Ward, their kids. You were calling Child Protective Services on them, and guess what? It wasn't Molly Hawes. You were calling Child Protective Services on Dana Burgess and Angela Bush, and you were going after them, and you falsely identified them as Molly Hawes. You also did the same thing to Shelley Sojourn. You did the same thing to Felicia Myers. You did this to so many different people because you can't get anything right. You never have been able to get anything right. You have never doxed anyone correctly ever. That is a fact. But yet you have gone out of your way to ruin or tried to ruin people's lives based on the fact that you can't get things right. And I've never seen you take accountability, Tracy. Now, you're all about accountability. You're asking everybody else to be like moral, upstanding people, and you think it's your job to sit on your channel and micromanage the rest of us and our behaviors. So why don't you look at yours? Why aren't you looking into a mirror and looking at your own behavior, Tracy? This is why nobody takes you fucking seriously. No, it's not a surprise that you saw an opportunity when this whole thing went down with Tiffany and Lycan. You saw an opportunity to jump on that bandwagon, didn't you, with Yaxley, because you thought it would bring renewed views to your channel. That's what you thought. So you decided to stick your fucking nose in something that didn't fucking involve you. And I know that you were trying to sell this story that supposedly I was somehow involved in all of that. Nah, I'm not involved in it. I'm not. I could be very vocal about it if I wanted to be. The only reason that I go at Yaxley because Yaxley's a piece of shit who deserves to be gone at, who has come at me. Doesn't have anything to do with Tiffany, but I will say this. Everything Tiffany said about Yaxley is 100% true. And I will say that. I don't care who has a problem with that. Come get some. Don't care. So with that said, let's go on with this video.
He hasn't had to think like that. But now I'm no longer exclusively trolled with Boohoo Effect. We have no problem. We have no argument. Hello, Boohoo Effect.
So, okay, she no longer trolled with Boohoo Effect. That was when she paired up with Great American Mom and they started going at my family. Tracy made numerous accounts with my family members' names, and Tracy, you still have several of them up. You do.
If you wanted to do effect, I wouldn't still be doing now. I would have given up long ago. But I'm past that now. But I know where Katie Childers' kids go to school.
I know, did you hear that? I know where Katie Childers' kids go to school. Now, Tracy, you have sat there on your live streams and told everybody you never targeted my children. You've called me a liar. You've claimed that you have never done any such thing. But why is it in your own words, you're saying you know where my children go to school? Now, why would you know that, Tracy? Because I can tell you, I never knew where any of your kids were, just never cared, never looked into it. Because I never stalked you or your family like you did mine. So you were perving on my kid's school. You were like, why were you trying to do that? What, I mean, I know you threatened to kidnap Annie's children from school. I remember that happened in 2011. So what was the point of you finding out where my kids went to school, Tracy? And again, how does that make you not a child stalker if you're stalking minor children's schools? Let's go on.
And I know every network site your daughter goes on Forrest Jameson.
And I know where every network site your daughter goes to, Forrest Jameson. That's what you're saying. You tried to say Forrest Jameson and Harry Abner stalked your daughters and stuff. You even claimed that they put knife wounds on your kids. You made an account, Tracy, called Brianna Greathouse Dead. You were mocking the death of Brianna Greathouse. You put up an avatar of a woman's head that was missing, and Brianna Greathouse photoshopped with a gun to her head. But yet you care about suicide victims, right, Tracy? You made this account called Brianna Greathouse Dead to set up Forrest Jameson and Harry Abner, and you made videos pretending that you were stabbing your children and your husband at the time. Put these videos up. They came on YouTube crying, throwing your hands up and going, woo, 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 I'm a victim, and claiming that they had come after your family. And as you're making this video, showing these videos, you forgot you were logged in to the account you were trying to blame them for. And you fucking panicked because they grabbed it. As a matter of fact, Agent 19 and Mr. Dark Zodiac were the first two to call you out for it. And you tried like crazy to flag that video down and sanitize the evidence because you got caught framing people up for something they hadn't done, which is what you're famous for doing, Tracy. That's why we know you're the clone accounts. You're all the clones, the socks that are going around cloning everybody. I know you are, because this is what you do. This has been your get down for years. Your plays never change, Tracy. They never change. Go on.
Don't think that you, when you were first attacking my kids.
First off, Forrest Jameson, there's never been any proof that Forrest Jameson ever attacked your family or your kids. I've never seen it. I've never seen it, Tracy. I had your word, and your word means nothing. You also say you never stalked my children and my family. This is why you filed a DMCA on this video, because this was proof. You said you knew where my children went to school. Now, I did see, and I opened live receipts, where you were stalking Forrest Jameson's teenage daughter at the time and posting gross comments, sexualized comments about her cleavage. Yes, ma'am, you did. And I have that recorded live. I even showed it live. So show me where Forrest Jameson has done the same to one of your children. I'd like for you to produce that proof, Tracy, and not your doctored screen caps, because we know you like to use Inspect Element. I mean, that's how you faked a police report and faked a news article about me because you used Inspect Element. So let's see it open live, Tracy. Let's see a video of Forrest Jameson's own face or voice stalking your family. Let's do it. Let's go on.
Well, I wasn't digging around and finding out who's who. I know who Laura Farrington's children.
She knows who Laura Farrington's children are. Laura Farrington is an innocent person who's Forrest Jameson's sister. So Tracy was stalking Forrest's family and his daughter and going after his daughter and his sister's children. Now, why would you want to be looking for Forrest Jameson's sister's children, Tracy? Haha, no wonder you wanted this video down.
I know their networking sites. I know Heather's.
And Heather, for reference, is my sister. She was not only stalking my children and me, she was stalking my sister's children as well. And we'll go on and let it play out. But this is during a time, and this is an interesting tidbit of information. This was all during a time I wasn't even on YouTube, because I wasn't on YouTube from 2012 until it was like February 2012, last time I was on YouTube. And then I came back at the end of December 2015. Now, this video was done around 2015-ish, right, Tracy? This was 2015-ish. I wasn't even on YouTube, and you were stalking my children and my family, and I wasn't even on YouTube.
Networking sites, how? I even know Heather's on a closed Facebook.
Well, how would you know Heather was on a closed Facebook if you weren't on her Facebook or you weren't stalking her Facebook? See, you tell on yourself because you're stupid, Tracy. You really are a dumb woman.
Heather's raging because somebody shared a picture of her daughter.
So you said she's raging because somebody shared a picture of her daughter. Yes, Tracy, you shared a picture of her daughter. You were stalking both my nieces. As a matter of fact, I opened up a live receipt where you posted my children's school information, pictures of my kids, my son's homecoming and prom pictures. But you also posted my sister's kids' website to their marching band they were in, the high school marching band, and you put their names all over Google Plus, and I opened it live. Again, why is it your story always changes, Tracy, and mine never does? I produce receipts, live receipts, and you just think everybody should take you at your word, you know, where you show doctored screen caps and you think that's proof of, you're just a sad old lady. I mean, at 60, you know what? I really should feel sad for you, but you know what? I really hope you are miserable. You deserve every bit of what you've done to those kids. You really are a sick and twisted lowlife. You really are. Let's go on. Okay, so now we know this is the video that Tracy wanted down. And again, to all those butt lickers that follow her around and hang on her every word, I want to know from you how you justify defending this woman or being around this woman, knowing that not only is she a pathological liar who's linked to two people who've committed suicide, she has also tried to ruin several people's lives that she failed doxed. Look what she did to the Ward family. I mean, look what she did to the Ward family in particular. I mean, what she did to Dana Burgess, Angela Bush, Dano Hadorn, Greg Hadorn, Shelley Sojourn. Let's see, there's so many of them. Aaron Marcellus, those people, all these people that she falsely identified as people she was stalking, and she ruined their lives. She made blogs about them. She made websites about them. She tried to have their children taken off of them. She'd make up lies about them having affairs. She would make fake porn of them. This is the kind of nasty shit this woman does. On top of taking people's children, putting their children in videos, and threatening people's children. As a matter of fact, she's also been on record, and Monograph can attest to this too. Her and her friend Dean Roger Ray Tesla Coils bullied Chang 13A every day, along with Kid Rice as well. And they were soliciting a hitman to kill Annie White and Monograph at the time. They wanted someone from YouTube, I don't know, I think Craigslist or something. They wanted someone to record them as their heads are being removed from their bodies so that she could capture the last look on their faces as Monograph was killed and as Annie White was killed. True story, that's what she did. And it's, this is the kind of human being she is. So with that said, This is clearly a sweet victory, Tracy. And I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to tell you this one last time, sweetheart, okay? Just so there's no confusion. I will not speak to your stand-in, okay? Your stand-in is not a concern of mine. If you have such an issue with me to the point that you've obsessed and stalked me for 13 years, you face me one-on-one. You can't. You have to have a crew behind you. I don't. That's the difference between me and you. And this is why you fail at every chance you get. You fail. You fail. You fail. You know, I broke my own rule today addressing you, but this was too sweet to pass up. I mean, after all, proof once again that you're a liar, that you filed false DMCAs. I just said that you had filed false DMCAs, and you went live saying that you were the true copyright holder and that you had the, you know, that you didn't do anything wrong, that I was making it up. Well, YouTube disagrees with you, Tracy. YouTube disagrees with you, and YouTube agrees with me that you misused the reporting. You were in the wrong. They restored my content, and fuck you. Have a good day.